yourself, or she dies! You! Find him! Your cowardice marks you as an Italien! Am I right? Merde! The House of Valois will hunt you for this! Où te caches-tu, sale Florentin? You have slain the wrong man, assassin. My part was minor compared to Cesare's ambitions.
What ambitions? Requiescat in pace.
I risk much meeting you here.
I will be brief. Just a name. Cesare Borgia.
Ezio, he is the last man you would want to cross.
I intend to do far more. Tell me of his ambitions.
Some tyrants are made, infected by greed and vanity. But some men are bred to be tyrants. Cesare Borgia plotted his bloody ascendance the moment his brother gained the Pope's favor. Cesare was a mere cardinal, Juan the captain general of the church.
Brother, my imagination failed to capture the splendor of this district when you described it.
Surely the Captain General is not afraid to get his boots dirty.
It's not my boots that worry me. These whores.
Courtesans, please.
They are clean?
Clean enough. Come, I will introduce you to Fiora.
They fished Juan's body from the bottom of the Tevere River, leaving Rodrigo without a captain. As Captain General, Cesare surrounded himself with like-minded despots, cruel and effective men. Ramiro Dorco, Cesare's sadist, he sent nearly a sixth of his subjects to the gallows. Oliverotto de Fermo, who once invited Fermo's most influential citizens to a banquet and casually slaughtered them. His own uncle was among the dead. Vitellozzo Vitelli, Cesare's syphilitic wild dog, unleashed when terrible examples were to be made. Together, these men conquered Romagna for their Borgia master. But soon their subjects began to rebel. Cesare's response? First, he butchered Dorco, a gift for the people of Cesena. Cesare shifted all blame to his generals. He owned Romagna. He no longer required their brutality.
For their lives. Dorco's death must have panicked the others.
It did. The remaining generals soon conspired against him. They had their victories. They even took some of Cesare's land. Cesare accepted their every demand. They would return to his service. All would be forgiven. Months later, Cesare threw a dinner in their honor.
Friends, I thank you for delivering Romagna into my hands. But now I must shed my bloody gloves.
I never wished you any harm, Cesare. It was entirely Vitellozzo's plan. No.
Your sacrifice will prove invaluable to me.
Both Cesare's allies and enemies praised his brilliant move against the conspirators. His cunning has bought him more power than you can imagine, Ezio. Italia is well within his grasp.
His influence will mean nothing when he faces me alone. I will stop him. I nearly forgot. Here.
Grazie, my friend. You will see me soon.
He's expecting you. Go on.
Are the designs ready, Messere da Vinci?
Corruption reigns in Roma. Tyranny has plagued her for too long. My Brotherhood will shift the balance of power. We will liberate her. I am Ezio Auditore, and like my father before me, I am an assassin.
What we try to do with Ascendance is really to bring something new to the franchise.
We had a great tool to develop more of a new medium in a way, perfect for digital distribution, which is animated short.
Doing an animated short obviously allows you to explore a more cinematic medium. You can tell a story more succinctly.
We position ourselves right in between AC2 and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood.
In Brotherhood, Ezio will encounter his most dangerous adversary ever. And he encounters him at the height of his power when he has total control over Rome and he's persecuting everyone there. And so the question is, who is Cesare? And Assassin's Creed Ascendance answers it.
Assassin's Creed Ascendance basically is the story of Ezio and Cesare Borgia's rise to power.
Ezio is trying to find out about the villain, Cesare, and he doesn't have very much info, so he goes and talks to a contact of his.
And so this informant, secret informant, will tell him how Cesare managed to control almost all Italy.
There's a huge cliffhanger at the end that you'll have to play the game to resolve.
We are not telling the story of the game. We are developing new stories and creating new points of entry for people to come in our universe.
We have the animated short, we have the game, we have a novel, we have a comic book series, and they all interrelate. And so it's very important to us that the story of Assassin's Creed be told in pieces through each of these media.
The main challenge here is that we had to do something that we haven't done yet here at Ubisoft.
We wanted to make sure that the word convergence is not only a buzzword. We pushed it a little bit further by making sure that whatever is being developed in a game can be used in another medium.
For the conception of Assassin's Creed Ascendance, we've built a tool to extract high-resolution shots from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood in order to build all the backgrounds.
We're using the game engine, we're extracting the backgrounds, and we're painting on top of them, so we're going to have a really rich environment.
The efficiency of this tool is born from the collaboration of an artistic team and an engineering team.
We've worked and developed the story with the team. We are taking the data from the game.
Similarly, we share with the game sound engineers, music, sound effects. So even though the visual results from the game and from Assassin's Creed Ascendance are quite different, the gamer will have no problem recognizing either the characters or the environment.
Our goal is to bridge video game technology and film production.
Toughest part here is to find a style, an artistic style, which was really satisfying for everyone.
The general direction is to create a look and feel that reminds us very much of the paintings of the era.
The Renaissance era, where great and famous painters, Da Vinci, we can name Botticelli, we can name a lot of them, and we wanted to make sure to have that painterly feel.
As if looking at a painting, if you will, but in 3D with a certain depth.
So we have a style definitely connected with its era.
The way it's treated fits with the time period actually of the game and the story, which is complementary to the game.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be a success for one major element. We are through to what the Assassin's Creed universe is.
And I think that all the fans who like history and action will be served.
It is a Ubisoft product that will have the stamp of quality as any other product in the Assassin's Creed universe.
Alright. And yeah, that was Assassin's Creed Ascendance and the making of it as well. And with that, welcome back to another AC Brotherhood stream. Today with the 4th session of our Stealth and All Mission Objective Challenge. And yeah, today I would like to start immediately with one of the toughest missions in the game, which is the Flying Machine Leonardo mission. Reason being that we have to activate VSync and 60 Hz and max 60 FPS in the graphics panel. So it's something I have to do before starting the game and then also disable again when restarting. Otherwise I'll basically lose control of the flying machine, which will make it very difficult to get the full sync requirement done. It can still happen, so it's kind of like a gamble, but yeah, I figured we'd try to knock that out first today, so we can focus on the other missions that aren't tied to that at a later point. Also, hey there Afro, and hey there 19, thank you guys for joining. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that short movie there. I think it's kind of cool they dip it into the short animated kind of like style there. And that was kind of like the first project before they made Embers with Revelations as well. Which of course was like much more animation in it, and really like fluid movements and stuff. And yeah, there's Embers for Revelations, which is basically the ending story for Ezio, telling the days before his death. Yeah, the final mission also has that issue, though fortunately with the final mission you can just go in the options here and activate VSync and 60 Hz. For the flying machine mission, at least in my case, I have to go out of the game into the graphics panel of my graphics card and change it there as well. That's really insane, like what lengths I have to go to make that mission work on PC. That's gonna look a bit weird for me because my monitor is 144 Hz and I have FreeSync, which means VSync should be disabled usually. So yeah, that might make things look a bit different for me and maybe also on stream. But overall, I think we should be fine. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Bomba Vanarina. Flying Machine 2.0. Leonardo has redesigned his flying machine with a light cannon, creating a deadly aerial weapon. Ensure that the Borgia never get to use it. Full sync. Do not get shot while using the bomber. That's the thing, right? Like, if you would lose control, then it's very easy to get hit with a bomber. And if that happens, you have to restart the entire mission from the very start. And Haver Bracket, welcome in. Thank you for joining. So there you go, that's the games I'm going to be playing this year. And one thing I also have to add to that command are Watch Dogs 1 and 2, because I'm also going to include them with a stealth challenge. And yeah, that's how the stealth challenge works. And if you want to have a look at what is also included as like the amount of content I'm doing for this game specifically, then you can also have a look over here. Yeah, the good thing is I don't have any notoriety here, so the guards won't bother me, as long as I don't do anything offensive. Like kicking the teeth out of this guy here. Out of my way.
Give me the plans.
No! I will not! Stop! Stop!
Where are the plans?
Past the guards. In my house. It is the last one.
And the machine?
In the tower, on top of the fortress.
Grazie.
Grazie. Oh shit. Somebody saw that. Yes, we gotta use a group of citizens inside here. Alright, I kinda forgot you can just like go inside a group in Brotherhood and you will like auto-run at their speed. Definitely a nice addition to the game, considering you had to like manually run in AC2.
Not here.
This should make a hand.
One, can you guys just keep on going? I should probably jump down into the haystack there. Could try to double take them down, but they might attack me before I... There's also another guy over there, so I should probably just ignore them. Not risk getting detected there. It's gonna be like guards everywhere here, so... Kinda tricky finding exactly where I gotta go up here. Oh yeah, I think it's over here. Come on. Had to go up there. So hey there, Mr. Goody. Welcome in. Let's have a look if they're gonna turn around or not. I think we're good, but this guy, if we look at us, we're gonna wait for him to turn. I'm good, thanks, Mr. Goody. Yeah, gonna try to knock out the flying machine mission first today because it's the most difficult one we have left at this point. But yeah, let's see if we can make it first try or not. I guess. On that note, let me actually check if the flying controls are inverted or not. Okay, it is inverted. I think that might be good for how I like to handle it, but we're gonna see. It's always weird with a flying machine because in AC2 it's always like not inverted, then in Brotherhood it is.
The first design was defective. Everyone who piloted one died. Several even exploded. But we know this one works.
Goodbye.
They intend to craft more weapons. Leonardo, you will help me stop them.
you're shitting me. Gotta be shitting me. There's like a random tower. I like in the middle of like a really extensive movement where they couldn't predict my my flying curve, and then I get hit, even though I did like the mission perfectly until then. That's so typical, you know. It's not even my fault there. I just shot way before I did my move and I somehow landed in them. And I was like literally about to trigger the next checkpoint, right? And finish the mission. What the fuck? That's just so annoying. I can't tell you. That's so typical for this mission. It's like going perfect. I'm literally done. Then that shit happens. Yeah, really does feel rigged sometimes.
Florins, ducats, and a scudoro. Una festa per gli occhi.
Coins! Là, va bene!
It's even more annoying because I really thought I had all of the towers taken down, you know? Because I tried to make sure to take down all of the towers before I concentrate on the things I actually had to destroy. Pickpocket the bats and they run away from you. I could do that, yeah. The thing is I gotta stay undetected and there's like tons of guards here. Doing anything offensive might raise their attention, get me detected, so gotta make sure that doesn't happen.
Give me the plans.
No! I will not! Stop! Stop!
Where are the plans?
Past the guards. In my house. It is the last one.
And the machine?
In the tower. On top of the fortress.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Run! Don't look, just run!
He's gone mad.
first design was effective. Everyone who piloted one died. Several even exploded. But we...
They intend to craft more weapons. Leonardo, you will help me stop them.
Cesare must know of this!
Okay, that's just bullshit. 2 times he's like literally running through fire and he survives. The good thing is we got a checkpoint here and I didn't fail the forcing requirement, so I can just try again. But that was bullshit as fuck. Honestly.
Addio, amico.
Fuck yeah, we did it. That's so funny, you know, how literally the last time I got hit in the moment that I unlocked the checkpoint for that last part, you know? So almost had the first try, but then of course I had to like go wrong last second. Thankfully this time it worked. But I almost got hit there again, you know. You saw when I respawned, you know, after desynchronizing, I like literally respawned next to a tower. And if I wouldn't have gone all the way to the right immediately, I would have been hit and had to restart the entire memory yet again. So yeah, that mission really is rigged sometimes.
Ezio, news has spread that all my inventions have been destroyed. The disarray allowed me to work on something just for you.
What is this?
A new device to drift slowly from any height. It is not as cumbersome as my flying machine. You can take it everywhere.
Grazie, Leonardo.
Hell yeah. Of the parachutes unlocked, they're really helpful actually. And there's some missions where you gotta use them as well, pretty much. Yeah, this game, sweet memories. But yeah, really glad that we got both the tank mission and the flying mission done now, because all the others remaining now will be a piece of cake in comparison. What I'm gonna do now is we're gonna take a mini break because I gotta check on something, and I also gotta restart the game to change the settings to no VSync and 144 Hz again. So it will be like a quick 5-minute break, and then we're gonna come back to this game and yeah, continue with more of the side stuff. Alright, I'm back. And I've also changed the graphic settings in the graphics panel. So now we just gotta go into the game. Change to 2044 and VSync off. And we're good. Proper graphics again. Oh yeah. Yeah, the soundtrack for Brotherhood is amazing. Really love what Jesper Kid has done with it. And thank you 19. Welcome back as well. Okay, let's go to the bank here. And pick up some money. Wait.
Have you taken a blow to the head?
Permits must be obtained from the council before opening for business. Those caught in the act without permits will be flogged publicly.
Fuck. There we go. Jerusalem was always a favorite track. City of Jerusalem? Yeah. That one is so good. Definitely one of the most iconic tracks for AC1, for sure. I think AC1 in general has such a good soundtrack. How much also adds like to the atmosphere of the games. Especially of the really dark like music happening before bigger assassinations.
You won't believe your eye.
Called Meditation of the Assassin. Okay, let's go ahead and buy the next weapon here. I'm gonna go by price. So the Venetian Faichon would be the next one. Quite low damage, but speed and deflect is quite good. Let's also get... Never mind, let's not get this yet.
Come again,
Do you think that you could be any more vile? Really?
Air for all. I've done what I could. Perhaps you should avoid the deeds that broke you.
He's saying while selling me poison. Makes sense. Okay, now we can go ahead and buy ourselves some parachutes. And we could also get a large parachute bag. Which means we don't have to get the medium one. Let's also get the large poison vial. And that's it for now. Also go ahead and change the color. Let's go for Roman stone for now. Also if anybody wants to change whatever Ezio is wearing, there should be a reward enabled for 999 points. Where you can change the outfit. And you can just type in ! Outfits to see the full selection of what's available.
I've more coming in soon. Don't be a straniero. Come, people. I have scores.
Okay.
I will find something more to your liking next time.
That works. Let's also check on the Brotherhood here. Okay, hold on. So this guy's Assassin White. Let's go ahead and make her Wetland Ebony as well. Okay, time for some contracts. We have Barcelona. Defend the noble. It is rare to find nobles who openly oppose Templar-backed rulers, but we try to protect them when we do. Do not let any harm befall this woman. Okay, that's a job for Raffaele. Steal weapons. A shipment of weapons will soon arrive to strengthen the Templar army. We believe we can make a better use of them. Steal them for us. Okay, it's a job for Carlotta. Study the scholars. Templar scholars have been gathered to collaborate on a significant project. Find out what it is. Sabotage it if you can. Okay, that's a job for Lamberto and Valentino. Intercept the message. The Templars will soon send instructions to their men. Find the courier, steal the messages, and bring it to us. Okay, this one is a bit too high level right now, so I can't do this one yet. Plant the list in Moscow. Templar funded bandits will receive a list of targets today. We have replaced those names with our own targets. Swap the lists without being seen. Deliver Fort's intelligence. We have assembled fake battle plans and maps to complete with a Templar seal. Deliver them to the indicated military commander. Scout the troops in Paris. We want an accurate count of Templar forces within the city. Attend a guard meeting without being seen and report back to us with your numbers. Yeah, it's kinda like a low XP mission here. The level 2 one can't do it himself, so you do that. Let's see if there's any... That could be interesting. Can I do this one? Good. Will be quite a good XP here for the level 2 one too. So in London we have Pretenders. Templars actively struggle to gain power over the English throne. King Henry VII spoiled the first 2 attempts, imprisoning Lambert Simnel and hanging Perkin Warbeck, both pretenders to the throne. Both of them had a co-conspirator, Margaret of York, but Henry cannot touch her due to her family ties to the Holy Roman Emperor. Henry doesn't know who we are, but he knows what we can do. Meet with him, assure him you will see to it that Margaret dies naturally. Okay, so all out of assassins now, but that's alright. Not gonna take ages for them to come back. I think about 6 minutes for the first ones. Yeah, this is gonna be the hall where we eventually have the assassin initiation into the Brotherhood. And if they're not on missions, then they will also be inside the hideout, and you can even go to them to trigger like some small dialogues. Takes you back to failing 99% missions. Classic. Lucrezia Borgia left the Vatican after her father's death to live with her husband, Alfonso d'Este, in the Villa Berriguardo outside the city of Ferrara. Kinda like foreshadowing the Death of Rodrigo. Raphael painted this work for the Duke of Urbino, who Cesare had chased from his palace. In it, St. Michael is combating the demons of hell. This painting by Raphael shows an angel standing beside Nicholas of Tolentino, with a devil at his feet. The work was completed in 1501 as part of a larger altar piece. It's kinda cool, there's like descriptions for each and every painting here. Maybe I read all of those at the end of the playthrough once the collection is complete. So gotta signal assassin recruits during a fight. And do 2 more arrow storms. That's definitely doable. There we have Leonardo's war machines. Machine gun. The naval cannon. The tank. And of course, the flying machine. Hey Varot, welcome in Sunny. It's going very good, thank you. Started today's stream by finishing the last war machine mission with the flying machine. On my first try, I had like a perfect run pretty much until I had to kill the carriages before the rider spawns. And then in the moment that I got the last carriage, I got hit by a tower next to the city walls that I didn't see. Literally in the moment where the screen went white and the next checkpoint would have been loaded. So I took damage like the last second possible there. Had to restart the mission, and then I've done it on second try, thankfully. But yeah, that's a classic for that mission, isn't it? It's like literally you're almost done, and then you somehow take damage. But yeah, it's going pretty good. We haven't done any main missions yet today or anything much, but yeah, I'm planning on at least getting to sequence 7 today. Maybe even further. Yeah, it's such a classic for that to happen. I shot the flying demon. Makossa, shoot. Shoot the flying demon. But yeah, how's it going for you today? I hope you're having a good day. Gonna be doing a late stream today, aren't you? With some Shadow of a Tomb Raider? One thing that's quite interesting is how late a lot of the stuff in Brotherhood unlocks, you know. I was just like looking at the armor, for example, over there. Like I only have 1 armor set so far. We actually have 2. I guess we have the leather of a Roman set and the one I'm currently wearing. But yeah, I'm missing 1, 2, 3 ones. And we're already like 3 sequences away from finishing the game. So before we head out back to Rome, there's apparently some modern day stuff I could do, so let's go ahead and leave the Animus. And then talk to Sean, Rebecca and Lucy. Things are going good. You decided to cancel it for this week. Didn't want to risk continue your current attempt with a late night stream only to potentially die because of a lapse in concentration. That's definitely fair, dude. I don't blame you at all for doing that, you know, and rather starting fresh next week where you have like more time, hopefully. And yeah, you know, that's definitely likely to happen, I guess, if your concentration level is already quite low after a long day.
Focusing on this.
My work requires attention, Desmond.
Okay, so it seems like I've already talked to them. Maybe that's a new email. so nothing new here. Brought you so close to the end of the game too, so I'd rather continue the attempt next week, and if you die then at least you have more time. It's very disheartening to have to restart, especially since you're in the final stages of the game. Definitely, yeah. And you don't want to die because of, you know, being too tired or something. And having to restart the entire thing and not having enough time today. And then having to end on that kind of like note, I guess. So I think that's definitely a good plan. Sean Hastings, emergency. Rebecca, found this riddle in my research and can't crack it. Any ideas? I think it might be the key to the location of another piece of Eden. Why did the boardman paint rabbits on his head? Sean. Rebecca says, never seen anything like that. Any more info? Seriously? Another piece of Eden? Sean, yes, if we both dig, I think we can solve it. Top priority for right now. Understood. Have you told Lucy? Not yet. I didn't want to get her excited before we had something concrete, but I think I just cracked it. What's the answer? Looping in Lucy. Because from a distance they looked like hairs. No comment by Rebecca. Then Lucy, of course, answering. Can we get back to work now? Please. I'm annoying and I don't know any fun, and I'm also betraying all of you guys. I'm the most hateable person. Lucy be like. Okay, I think that's everything new here. Let's have a look at Sean Hastings. So just emergency. Okay, so that's all of the new emails. So go ahead and also check on Lucy on top of the villa. If very small dialogue, but I think I triggered all of the optional dialogue already for this sequence. Also true, gaming uses a different kind of mental energy than just chilling and watching streams. Absolutely. There's like so many things you are concentrating on at the same time, you know? It was very interesting when I actually started streaming, because when I was just like gaming Assassin's Creed, you know, on my own time, I would like often be like so immersed in the game that I got like really good runs sometimes, you know, of like great gameplay clips and stuff. But then when I started streaming, you know, I was like so distracted from the game itself, focusing on like commenting certain things or reading chats or just like the whole streaming process, you know, that those situations happen less and less. Fortunately, I'm now at a point where I can definitely focus on the game much better, but it can still be, you know, distracting sometimes quite a bit. There's definitely some things that people don't really notice when they are watching a stream. Oh, actually got some food, so that triggers a unique cutscene.
Carnivore!
Hypocrite. Did you know plants give off chemicals which attract predatory insects when they're attacked? Sounds pretty animal-like to me.
You know too much for your own good.
That's what my priest used to say.
I love it. Carnivore, hypocrite. You know that plants also don't want to be eaten? Wait, really? No, that's news to me. I thought plants love to be eaten. It's not like every organism is like built to survive. Well, maybe with the exception of pandas. I think pandas' first mission is to get themselves be extinct. That's what people who don't stream and game don't really understand. Yeah, definitely sometimes. So this looks really uncomfortable. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? That there's like two next to each other. So these would definitely be Sean and Rebecca, I guess. Sleeping next to each other. Kinda sweet. And this is probably Desmond's sleeping place, I reckon. Right next to like his trophies and artifacts. Or is it? I mean, this is kind of like right next to the computer. I mean, I would reckon it's in front of the artifacts. You can imagine that Sean's questioning instinct really annoyed the priest. I'm sure it did, you know. There's no questioning in church. It's only believing. The one and true God and the true message. That's a good point. You never even took the time to notice those. Yeah. It didn't do it the last playthroughs either, to be honest. But that's definitely an interesting detail here, no? It's kind of funny though, because in the emails it kind of sounds like they have individual rooms. Like in one of the emails, Lucy says, Rebecca, come to my room the next morning, we can talk about whatever. And yeah, it seems like, you know, the room is just like the sanctuary, which everybody's sharing. But maybe Lucy is so full of herself, you know, she's considering this her room. And the other guys are just like staying in there. That wouldn't surprise me. I always thought the two were Lucy and Rebecca, Sean the historian with the artifacts. I mean, that could be true as well, you know. Would also make sense for sure. The reason that I'm thinking that it might be Sean and Rebecca is that there's an email where they talk about listening to music together, I think. And that the MP3 player has been left on the nightstand, indicating that they might have been lying next to each other while listening to music. But that's only my interpretation of, I guess, what could be happening, you know. However, we do know that they eventually fall in love with each other. And have been flirting with each other since pretty much AC2. But this game a bit more stronger, I would say. And they even marry and plan on having a child in Valhalla later. So who knows, you know, maybe that was a plan all along in this game. I like to think that they were already quite interested in each other starting in this game. Yeah, definitely. There were like lots of indicators for them having like strong feelings for each other. I'm also thinking of Syndicate with the ending modern day cutscene, you know, when Rebecca is, you know, throwing herself in front of Sean to deflect the bullet. Or to catch a bullet instead of Sean taking the hit. Literally like sacrificing her own life if it would be necessary. Fortunately, she doesn't die. But yeah, definitely speaks volumes for how important Sean is to Rebecca, and vice versa.
Good to go.
Come, friends, see the difference quality makes.
Se pensi di risolverla così ti illudi.
Okay. Let's have a look at the map. So before we continue doing more main missions, I wanna definitely knock out some of the side content we have currently available. And there's a lot. Let's start with this Templar agent down there. And let's also check the blacksmith if we have to refill any kind of like ammunition. Also, hold on. I can refill more parachutes. I would have like a large parachute bag. Indeed, 15. Let's go.
It was left to the great Domenico, but when he died, I persuaded the family to go. Come, amici. This
Come again, please.
Let's actually start a fight and then call an assassin because I wanna finish that Assassin Guild challenge.
Careful. I have fallen from my share of rooftops.
I'm waiting for my lance.
Up here?
He left me after our baby died. Joined up with the Centoocchi gang. They say he kills now. Pushes men from buildings. I tell them I don't believe it.
But you do.
I do.
What will you say to him if he comes?
I will jump.
Why should you pay for his crimes?
My death will remind him of the man he once was.
Down to earth. Lance is often seen wandering the nearby rooftops. Locate and kill him. Full sync, kill your target with hidden blade.
He does not deserve your sacrifice. Where is Lance?
Up here. Somewhere.
He will trouble you no more, Madonna.
Found a brief mention of a thief in Rome called Lance, who seems to be connected to a variety of domestic disturbances. According to Abstergo's files, Lance ran with a Centoocchi gang, which means 100 eyes. I would assume that's a metaphor, but watch out. I like how I'm getting immediately investigated here, getting out of a cutscene. Always nice when you're doing like a stealth challenge, you know.
What would make a man provide?
Okay, so this is kind of like a forced detection in a way, because he's like spotting you once you spot him. I can't assassinate him. Like assassinate.
Requiescat in pace.
Hey Velucinda, welcome in. Good morning. Failed once because you fell off the roof and died. That's a classic, isn't it? You're like chasing somebody and they just perform combat suicide or something. It's like, you can't get me. Never. Alright. Where's the next side mission here? There's some new thief assignments we can check out.
Hey, hey!
Whilst attending to the Eucharist, as was witnessed by all faithful present.
Let's go ahead and check out the art merchant to see if he's selling any new paintings.
Attenzione,
Ah yeah. We have Vision of a Night. Angel. Madonna Soli. And St. George. I'm gonna buy it now, even if it's expensive, just so I don't have to get back here again.
for your patronage.
Because each district has like a different selection of paintings.
Ezio. The Cento are angry.
Bene.
I expect retaliation.
They will have no opportunity. We take the fight to them. Seek out my spies. They plan as we speak.
Right, so that unlocks more thief assignments. Because every couple sequences you gotta go ahead and go to the persons that unlock these guild assignments to trigger like more quests. You kind of like plan the next steps. Okay then. I do actually wonder if I can go down here now. Let's go ahead and check it out. Because last time I checked, there was still an enemy's wall there, which I couldn't pass through.
Hey, hey! Yeah!
Seems like I still can't get there. Does not look until sequence 7, I reckon. Fair enough. Oh, in that case, I think I'm gonna go and try to do the last Borgia tower here.
Andiamo! What have we here? It wasn't a busy moment. I'd stop and get counter. You would be what?
Perla Malora! I want no part of it!
Ah, wait, I can't go for either. So that is also still locked. Okay then. In that case, we will do... What shall we do? Another Templar agent? Sure thing.
Here! Here! Leave me alone! Hey, hey! Borgia, andiamo! Get down! He's still out there!
Who?
One of Borgia's dogs. He tried to build a Resistenza. He came to our house and began firing his arquebus. My poor little Anna, she's... I've got to get back.
Just one shooter. He will be easy to overtake. He cannot be very accurate. Merda!
He would kill us if we stay here. Listen, I will run to the next pillar to draw his fire. Try to flank him.
Firing line. Gaspard de la Croix is firing indiscriminately from his high vantage point. Kill him. Fusing, kill the target using hidden blade within 45 seconds. So this is kind of like a force detection mission, I'm quite sure, because it's gonna be like a guard chasing us while we chase our target. In order to get the forcing requirement, of course, you gotta kill him quite fast. So it's gonna be like a chase and being chased, kind of like star mission.
Adesso basta!
Yeah, rest in peace. Hopefully he survived that shot. And it wasn't lethal. I found this in Abstergo's database. Gaspard de la Croix is a master weapons engineer, as well as an expert marksman. Although the professional sniper didn't exist yet in the 60th century, Gaspard was something of a pioneer. His skill with firearms spared him any close confrontations on the battlefield, and Cesare made use of his skill to take down easy targets at the beginning of a fight. There we go. Force detection.
He won't get far! I don't see him anymore. Get him, ragazzi!
Requiescat in pace.
Nice glasses. I like how he still does the move of like shutting down the eyelids. Even with glasses on. Nice. That takes care of another Templar agent. Tomatoes. Gonna cook some delicious pasta sauce with that. Alright. Time for some thief assignments. There's quite a few actually we can do.
Employs silver tongue scribe Vincenzo. Despite his eloquence, he often fights with a Borgia guard named Galvano. We now have a chance to damage relations between our two enemies. Find Galvano, kill him, and take something personal from his body. Plant it on Vincenzo. My brothers and I will make sure the Borgia hear what we want them to hear.
Pointing fingers. Frame Vincenzo for Galvano's murder to create conflict between the Borgia and the Cento Occhi. Full sync. Remain undetected. Got that off, man, that's the full sync requirement because it's still part of our challenge, of course. Everyone blames Vincenzo. Poor dude. Very, very poor. Always taking all the blame. Okay, now we gotta plant the evidence without being detected.
Vincenzo! Galvano's been found dead.
What business is that of mine?
You two were on bad terms. I have to search you.
If you must. It will only serve to exonerate me. What is that?
Come with me.
Nice.
I was only the finest visiting
But they're open doing a challenge and the full sync requirement matches it 100%. Absolutely. Because that usually means that the mission is really like built around the idea of like complete stealth, you know. Which, to be fair enough, a lot of the missions in Brotherhood actually aren't. Like a lot of missions have like some form of force detection scenario. Which I think is fair, you know. There was quite a few exceptions I had to make where it's like literally impossible not to be detected. Vincenzo the Arquitecto. The one and only. Yeah, I think I have to go down here.
We have an unspoken agreement with the poor in Rome. We do not steal from them, and in turn, they do not see us. But the Cento Occhi prey upon these people. Their banditti patrol Roma's rooftops today. If they were to disappear, no one would miss them.
Class warfare. And the Cento Occhi bandits who patrol the rooftops, preying on the poor. For sync, kill all of the bandits with a pistol. Interesting.
Whoa, it's a novel way to...
I like how I kind of play the upbeat music here. For killing people. This is kind of like the young Ezio music. They grew up so fast. Oh, come on. It's already running. Yeah, they're gonna like immediately run. So if it doesn't get me detected here, because quite a few people will have heard that one. Hey there, Lenslink, welcome in. Good morning. Have I ever tried the excellent game called Saboteur? I actually haven't, but it is on my game list and I also already own it on Origin. I've always planned to play it because when I was playing Watch Dogs for the first time, I've looked for like similar games that would kind of like combine stealth and GTA-like gameplay. One of the games recommended was The Saboteur. So it's definitely on my streaming list, for sure. Okay, that's another guy. Was it run literally the other direction? Jesus Christ. I wanna loot this thief here. Let's wait for this guy to turn around. Maybe I just... this. Did he just spawn from the sky or something? Never mind, he doesn't even have money. They're from above. Yeah, from all the way above. There we go. Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and check out the Brotherhood here. So we can get some upgrades. Valentino's gonna get some more armor. You get the Schiavona. Alright, that works. Florence. Assassinate a supplier. We have an opportunity to cut off Templar armaments by assassinating one of our weapon suppliers. Oh. Okay, that's a job for Giovanni. Kinda looking for 4-star missions here. Paris, steal a kiss. One of the Templar senators has an adventurous wife. Court her discreetly and find out what she knows. Sounds like a mission for multiple people. Maybe I actually go for level 7, a level 5, and then a level 3. London, steer away your boats. Templar conquests have resulted in a frequent flow of carriages containing the spoils of war. Bring one of them to us. Okay, you guys can do that. Calicut, a sort of beggar. Do not let his looks fool you. He actively sells information gained on the streets and is paid well by the Templars. Put an end to it. Damn. That's pretty aggressive, isn't it? Killing somebody who's providing the Templars with information. Who's like a beggar, which means he's probably not doing too well. Or maybe he's just pretending to be, bad standing, but still. Okay, you guys can do that. Can I do this one? Not anymore. Let's do this mission. Lisbon, steal property. We've scouted several vacant buildings that will serve our needs. We need you to recover the deeds so we can forge new ones. Okay, never mind, that's too difficult. Let's just do this one. Steal a relic. Templars will be transporting a valuable artifact out of the city. You must not allow them to keep it. Okay. He's paid by the Templars, so you guess he's not really a beggar. Yeah, I guess that's a question, right? It's like, how much they are paying him, or are they paying him in money, or are they like maybe even extorting him? But definitely extreme, I think, that they're killing somebody who's providing them with information rather than the Templar main targets. It belongs in a museum. It sure does. Still waiting for that Indiana Jones Assassin's Creed overlay. Crossover. So these quests can only be done by your friends. So they can only be done by the Assassin Brotherhood, yeah. Essentially, for each Borgia tower you overtake in Rome, you unlock one assassin for the Brotherhood that you can recruit, and you can then send them out on missions or help you in combat and stealth, which will raise their XP, eventually raising them to the rank of Master Assassin, which makes them very, very powerful. And yeah, you can do these missions all across the Mediterranean to focus on other cities that might also need assistance in taking down the Templar influence. Even go as far north as Cologne in Germany and London as well. So I'm pretty sure I got all of the upgrades by Leonardo, but there's a bank nearby, so let's go ahead and check it out. To see if there's still maybe one more. I don't think so, but just gonna check.
Arsenaul's playground. So please be careful of laundry lines and their support. There have been many complaints of decomposed staff. And God knows, white small clothes are such pain as you have, I can only make them. There is a war going on. The Borgia's favor.
There's a war going on for their benefit. Is what we love to say.
Attenzione, bargain hunters! I have 2 nice pieces of statuary dug out of my own backyard. Looks pretty old. I will sell them for a song because of the broken arms, too.
Okay, we could buy the Madonna del Cardellino. Why not?
Grazie for your patronage.
That's probably the painting he found in his backyard.
Alchemy and invertebrates.
Let's get some mercenaries in here.
You have all that I can give. Now you're on your own.
Okay. That's just what I needed to know. That means the Leonardo symbol also won't appear anymore, I don't think. Indeed. Goodbye, my friend. Fortunately, there's still gonna be the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. So we're gonna get quite a bit more Leonardo in this game. Okay, let's do an assassination. Haven't done one of these in a while.
Before you go there, set foot. The wine, however, you will continue to confiscate.
Special throne in hell. Would that I could send you there.
Serf's turf. Farmers have had enough time turning a profit in times of war, but Romans must deal with the Borgia taking their hefty share. Put an end to this injustice. Foes sink, assassinate 3 guards with the hidden blades. Hey there, Harbinger. Welcome in. Ancient writing. From the Old Kingdom. How's it going today? Okay. So this is clearly a force detection scenario, right? There's like so many guards on horsebacks. If I kill one, the others will spot me. So essentially what you have to do here is call a horse and then do like horseback assassinations essentially. Because I gotta kill 3 of them with the hidden blade as well. So I can't just call in an arrow storm either. So this will be treated as another force detection scenario right here. You have 70k Channel points, but you think they will be all spent of its sound bit. Sounds like a worthwhile investment.
Why not take off the back there! Get back here!
I got 3 assassinations here. Let's still get back on horseback.
Dead man!
Come on.
Damn, not again. Get the fellow.
Also, thank you for follow Absolution. Please let me live. Hey the Absolution, it's going good, thank you. Playing some more AC Brotherhood today. We're doing a stealth and all mission objectives challenge.
Requiescat in pace.
And yeah, we're currently in sequence 6, so don't actually have that much left of the game at this point. How are you doing? Yeah, I was wondering why I still had a wanted poster after having 0 notoriety. Okay, let's do another thief assignment.
Report all crime to the Guardia! Come! Don't be shy! I am at your entire disposal! Not client!
Copy.
This way. Damn, not again. Get the fellow live in peace.
Not again. It happened too many times apparently.
Mercy, please, just leave me be. God, assassin on the loose!
You have a question, can you find the shrunken head from the Da Vinci DLC? So the Da Vinci DLC is also taking place in Rome at some part of the story. And you can find them both in the main game and in the DLC, I guess, because of it. Not really hidden behind any special locations in the Da Vinci Disappearance. But yeah, could be wrong, but I think there's some chests that have a shrunken head. Otherwise you have to invest into the economy system, I think, to get one, but that can take a long time. So yeah, I would probably just Google the locations of the shrunken head chests. I've been actually meaning to do that as well, so I can get the special armor on the shop quest.
Ezio Auditore. I expected a younger man. How could someone of your years be as swift as they claim? Prove it!
Young at heart. Defeat the challenger at his own race. Full sync. Complete the course in under 60 seconds. What about from the hooded bad guys that drop good loot? Not sure actually if you could get it from them, to be honest. Might be the case actually. Honestly, it's been a long time for me since I've done like a full completionist run where I had to get all of the shrunken heads. So I don't remember exactly, but yeah, maybe you can get them from them. You can get pretty good loot from the thieves actually. Like the Gentioki gang thieves. But you're not sure about the bad guys from the DLC. Jesus, fuck me. Issue here is technically I can't be detected, but I might have to do a exemption for this mission. There's so many freaking guys. Go up here again. No. Jeez, it's so annoying. So here's the thing. Usually I would do an exemption for race missions. You know, because they're not really built around the idea of stealth, right? They're built around the idea of being fast. And this mission is especially bad because even if you're like really fast and not concentrating on killing the guys, it's very difficult to get the 60 seconds requirement done. So yeah, I'm thinking of just like rushing through it, you know, in favor of a full sync requirement, because I'm not sure if you can kill all of the guys while still being under 60 seconds. I think it's pretty much impossible. So I'm gonna restart this and not care about stealth here. But the memory is going to be annoy you with a no fall damage challenge, especially due to how quick you need to be for the full sync requirement. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, there's just some jumps you have to kind of like risk taking in favor of time. You do the same, no point in memory like that. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, let's just not care about stealth here in this case, you know. The other thing is we also on purpose place the checkpoints right next to rooftop guards. So you get in combat, because they would try to shoot you, which makes it more difficult to be fast enough, so let's just not worry about that. Hey the Grace, welcome in. Good morning. gonna restart. I should have taken the way from one rooftop to another there. I just saw it too late. The thing is, once you fail in this mission, even one part, I lose too many seconds, then you can pretty much restart the mission.
You'd better get... I know. What? He will kill himself anyway.
Jesus.
Could be our man.
What? Jesus, Ezio, what are you doing? I swear. This is so damn stupid. Oh, I failed. Jesus. He just would always go back even though I'm telling him to go the other direction. Like multiple times. What the fuck? The same thing can happen with like letters, you know, sometimes you would like press go up and he would like further go down. Go like back and forth. This mission. Saviats. Jesus, Ezio. God damn it. Doesn't really help that there's not really much of a flow you can have in this mission with like how the parkour is set up.
You won't.
Amazing. Good job. Okay. Great when you go for a diagonal jump across one part of that and you do a leap of faith instead. Yeah, that as well, you know. There's just so much that can go wrong, especially under pressure. Under pressure. The controls in this game are ridiculous on a good day. Definitely can be, yeah, sometimes. It's still my favorite parkour system, but yeah, I would lie if there aren't any issues with it sometimes. Thanks OGG's Rod. Definitely feels good getting that one done. If there's a building here I could renovate, I guess. Indeed. Let's get some thieves here. Oh nice, we unlocked another Cristina mission. And there's also a viewpoint I haven't gotten yet.
Well, aren't you a funny monkey?
Well, aren't you a funny monkey? Another Cape Crusader. Yeah, that's the one I can only get if I have the climb leap glove, I think. Unless he would go up there, if that works, and jump over. Right, let's do the next Cristina mission. That should be mission number 2.
Thank you for coming.
Of course, of course. Tell me, what can I do?
My family's bodies. I can't just leave them hanging from the gallows. I need to give them last rites. Send them on to the next world.
Capisco. Lead the way, Ezio.
Last rites. Give Federico, Giovanni, and Petruccio Auditore a proper burial. So this is really interesting because when Ezio gets asked in AC2 if they have received a proper burial, he says yes, they have. And if you had only played AC2, you wouldn't know if he was like just trying to comfort Claudia, or if he was lying, or saying the truth, I guess. But this mission is actually filling that plot hole, you know, and it's like showing how Ezio is taking care of his brother's and father's body after they've been executed.
Let's do.
And AC2 really had a special atmosphere, doesn't it? I love also Brotherhood, you know, and Rome and how busy it is and stuff, but there's just something about Firenze and that music. It always evokes a feeling of like home, yes. But definitely bittersweet memories, you know, considering what Ezio has to leave behind.
Alia, they've already been cut down.
What are we going to do?
Hide yourself. I'm going to have a little talk with that guard.
Okay, that's a force detection.
Where are the bodies that hung here? They've already been taken. Where? Tell me where they are. I don't know. I think they were taking them down to the river to dump them. No. This way. Cristina, vieni con me.
What it should us, and whenever you play in the game, always takes you back to the first time you played it back when it came out. Absolutely. That's the other thing, you know, like the special memory of like playing it for the first time. Yeah, still remember when I did in 2010. Okay, so I'm like fully notorious here, which means I gotta avoid these guys as best as possible.
Only one thing to do. Kill them.
No, don't do that. They did nothing wrong.
They follow orders unquestioningly. That makes them...
Ezio!
Va bene. I'll sneak behind their backs. Get my family, one at a time if I have to. And carry them down to the river.
Be careful.
I really like that interaction, you know, because Ezio's like so full of revenge at this point, and the feeling of like, you know, punishing the ones responsible. And that also includes the guards who want to dump his family members in the river, you know. But Cristina is really appealing to his humanity there. And I mean, if it wasn't for her, but also for people like Mario, you know, then Ezio May would have evolved in like a very bloodlusty killer, you know, a ruthless one. Because of the awful things that happened to his family. Maybe that would have consumed him eventually, you know. Okay, let's wait for him to get back to his normal post. And there's also gonna be like a group of guards that will come by. Gonna wait for them to pass too. It's kind of funny we have the assassin signal unlocked here. Our little brother, Petruccio. Only a child, you know. Our older brother, Federico. And of course our father, Giovanni. Jesus. You know, the pain of like having to see your family like this again, you know. I can't even imagine what Ezio must be going through and what he must be feeling in that moment. Just absolutely horrible.
Requiescat in pace.
I have to leave the city. Cristina, I want you to come with me.
I want to. But I can't. My family.
So we'll always be together, Cristina.
Ezio.
Especially thinking back on those moments when they were so happy as a family. One of the things I like about the Lineage live action short movie. Absolutely, it really adds to that whole phase, you know. I also really like how the game really takes a substantial amount of time to introduce each family member and have you spend some casual time with them. So you would get to know them and would really like have a close relationship to Ezio and what he's feeling after losing his brothers and father. I also talked about it in the making of Lineage and the game itself, that it was very important to them to have you as a player build a relationship to the family. So kind of like on board with, you know, the character going and starting the journey that he does.
Have you lost all reason?
Have you lost all reason? Only some of it. It's a shame you can't get all the Cristina memories earlier than the point when Caterina leaves, because you feel that would be where Ezio is thinking back on those he loved and lost. The only way you could get it like that was when you used 2 save outs. That's definitely fair too, yeah. I kinda wish I weren't locked behind getting like really high photo sync. And it would definitely be a good time, I think, to remember about that as well in that moment, you know.
Come, don't be shy. I only aim to heal.
My talent is fair, your purse is a unit spare. You've never seen prizes like these, good folk.
Okay, let's try another color here. Venetian Azure. And of course, if anybody wants to change how Ezio's looking, you can just type an exclamation mark outfits and see the current selection.
Thank you. Till next time, sir.
Ezio, I will lead you to 3 ambassadors. They are here to meet with the Pope, but will answer to God much sooner than they expect. Allow me to lure them out before you
Live bait. Follow the courtesan while remaining undetected as she lures out 3 ambassadors to be killed. Full sync. Kill the target using the ledge grab.
Take heed! A new breakthrough from Flanders and the treatment of gout is being hailed as a miracle! It involves imbibing vast quantities of beer. Consult visiting Maestro Jan Tenean house at the Guild Hall.
About to enter.
Is it some?
Hans, you asked if I had any friends you could play with. I have invited one.
There? Where is she?
Wait, right there. Follow.
Okay, fortunately that didn't get me detected here. I was wondering if he might just auto-see me there. Okay, that means I can kill the other two ambassadors however I want to. Probably gonna use my assassin recruits or something.
Not like any app I've ever seen. Not a very good buffoon, he is.
This is inappropriate.
Not compared to what I plan to do to you. Follow me.
What the fuck? Out of my face, dude. Or else you're gonna regret it. What is this problem?
Do you require
there
medical
you are.
assistance?
Follow me. I have something to show you.
If he won't go, I will.
No, I will take care of this.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's go past me. The cats.
Just leave me alone.
Addio, Ezio. Stay safe.
Feeling like I'm gonna go on a murder spree soon with these Borgia guards if they're gonna keep me pushing around like that.
You are finished. Whoever this is about, leave me out of it, please.
You don't blame me? Yeah, it can be so damn annoying sometimes. Especially if you don't want to be detected and they just create like this whole conflict. It is completely unnecessary.
Ezio, my loyalty to your family has left me in a precarious situation. Rodrigo is trading favors with his foreign ambassadors. He wishes to gain information that will lead him to you. I go to meet with one of these ambassadors. He will demand my help and I will provide none. He may try to respond with violence, which is why you will be watching.
Closing in. Follow the ambassador to his meeting to reveal the Borgia plans. Full sync. Kill the target using the hidden blade.
Please note the office of the receiver of complaints in the Vatican has closed.
Guess you don't have to stay close to her, I don't think.
Is regarding the minimum length of sleeves to be worn by donne when in public. A reminder to all aspiring practitioners of The Holy See has agreed. The new code of conduct concerning garment modesty and of punishment for sins of revealed flesh. The one major alteration is regarding the minimum length of sleeves.
It's funny how Herod speaks about the rules regarding a woman's sleeves, and Egidio mentions something about it too. It's kind of funny, I didn't actually remember that Egidio does talk about it. But that's some proper continuity right there. I mean, what's more important topic of a bee than, you know, women's sleeves? And of course the youth doing sports on the rooftops, you know. That's also a very important issue. These young rascals doing parkour and stuff.
I was having trouble with the old Reaver too.
Camera, Leonardo. Ask all bankers to please park their wagons and carriages, please, on service. The guard have instructed to remove offensive and executions such as this was only for a moment will not be tolerated. Whoever stole the child from the dominant
Bene, bene! Gold! I love it. Gold! All these coins! Money! Donna Fortuna, she is with me today. Oh, sweet golden rain! My lucky day! Oh, grazie Dio!
The move of that guy doing a handstand and immediately turning around to pick up money. Amazing. Okay, so gotta go. What? Okay. Whatever. Yeah, don't match my name, will ya? Okay, so I'm gonna try to get from over here. Because if he sees me from the front, then I'm gonna be detected big time.
Grazie, Ezio. My faith in you is well placed.
New Courtesan assignments unlocked. Okay, there we go. Money must be funny in Roma. Thank you for clipping that, Rod. Yeah, that looks so weird with the animation that the guy did. Absolutely amazing. Okay, let's go ahead and unlock more of the Courtesan assignments here. We need money, Ezio. Sounds like a plan.
Has he lost his mind?
Has he lost his mind?
No, that man.
So I kind of want to let myself get detected here so I can then call the assassins, because there's one of the gear changes where I gotta get in combat and then call assassins to help me. Like that. Let's sync Assassination. I like it.
Invero, it is almost criminal to pass by without looking at my fantastic wares.
It's almost criminal not to look into a shop. But only almost.
Have you lost all reason?
I am sure I have just what you need. Somewhere in the back, perhaps.
No, but I've lost all rhyme though. Would be kind of funny if you could like have like stuff that you could say back to the NPCs, you know, kind of like similar to the taunt mechanic in combat. You could use the taunt for NPCs as kind of like a response kind of like thing. I guess similar to the antagonize system in Red Dead 2.
Ezio, this is Egidio Trocchi.
We have met.
I have gone from the banker's debt into yours, and I'm very thankful for it. You know, I have not seen the inside of a tavern for months. The opportunity to change things here trumps a drink any day.
The senator was just telling me of the inner workings of Cesare's court.
Maria informs me that you eliminated the foreign ambassadors, but you must stop any message of your act from reaching Cesare. The members of the court guilty of meeting with the ambassadors should also be waylaid, if you know what I mean. Most importantly, the great agitator Prospero Colonna has been captured. If you free him, it will mean a great blow to the Borgia.
It shall be done, my friend.
He's one of your favorite side characters in this, the way he reacts to Ezio when he first meets him. That's true, yeah. He's quite funny. Also like how he's happy to go from one debt to another. It's like, yay, I'm not in the debt of Borgia anymore, but now in your debt. So that changes everything. I mean, to be fair, it kind of does, you know, because Ezio wouldn't kill him for owing him a debt, at least. But yeah. Alright, so what shall we do next? How about another thief assignment? You good what gave it away, the perfume? Ezio, something like that? Or like his bad smell gave it away. The perfume of alcoholic drink.
Please, be careful, Mr. Do I know you, Mister?
Ezio, La Volpe has uncovered an opportunity too golden to ignore. A gift from the Borgia to the 100 Occhi. It is filled with bargains, promises, and payoffs. Needless to say, it holds great value for our guild if you manage to steal it.
Eye on the prize. Steal the Borgia documents from the 100 Occhi. Full sync. Stay undetected while attempting to steal the contents of a box.
magnificent hot springs has instead announced a week-long outdoor pasta festa. The springs remain the main attraction.
Hey Vamola, welcome in. Good morning. Earthlings. I like it. How's it going, dude? Okay, hopefully nobody saw that, yeah? There's like one group of people patrolling here. Get closer. Where are they? Let's not question it. sure the assassins are fine. Are my assassins still fighting? I can still hear like them throwing knives and stuff as well. The heck?
Grazie, Ezio. I will take this to Borgia.
So far is Mola. It's going very good, thank you. I hope you're having a good morning yourself. Yeah, we're just taking care of like lots of side stuff I still have available right now before we continue with sequence 6 here. But yeah, really doing good progress today with the side content. Okay. I could do another Cristina mission actually. I could also start the Copernico DLC, now that I have the Brotherhood unlocked. That could be nice. Sure, let's go ahead and start the Copernico DLC. Definitely am Waller. And tomorrow we're getting a little dachshund, so I'm quite excited for that. So I'm probably gonna focus a bit more on that again this weekend.
The world itself is unchanging. We must change to understand it. Its secrets will only be revealed through a careful study of the truth. But we have been taught incorrectly. Theories by great men who were limited by archaic tools and beliefs. We live in a time of progress. Art, medicine, philosophy. Every day new breakthroughs are made. But when we look to the sky, we do not question. We remain in the past. It is time to remand our schooling, to explore the world as it truly is. My colleagues and I have set up workshops throughout Roma. Please, visit us. We have much to share. Anyone who wishes to be enlightened, step forward. I have much to share.
You had Duck Hunt. I was saying Duck's Hunt, which is basically the name for the breed. I guess in the States you often say Dash Hound or something, because of the way it's written. But yeah, it's called Duck's Hunt. That's kind of the breed. I guess people also know them as sausages. Or wiener dogs. But yeah, definitely going to be busy. But yeah, the good thing is she's already quite well trained and stuff, and also not like a super young puppy. She's already like 1.5 years old. So you know, that means you don't have to train her that much anymore. She's actually quite well behaved and stuff. But still, you know, like obviously having a dog means spending lots of time with it too. You love sausage dogs ever since you were a child and first saw one and loved. Yeah, they definitely are quite funny looking sometimes, you know. Honestly, I've never seen myself getting a sausage dog when I was like younger. But now I find them extremely cute, to be honest, and quite funny. And also extremely intelligent dogs as well. That's true, Mola. Yeah. That's why we also had her already last weekend for kind of like 3 days. So she could already get quite familiar with her surroundings. And yeah, on the second day already, she was like completely fine with everything. So it was really nice. So hopefully it's gonna be even better this coming weekend. Definitely, yeah. And some dogs can be quite a bit more intelligent than others as well.
Comes to those who seek it out. The world itself.
Who is this man?
He comes from Prussia. I hear he studies at Il Vaticano, but his words are unlike any that issue from that place.
Some may tell you to be content with Ptolemy's explanation of the heavens. His mathematical contortions of the spheres dancing around the earth. But why are such complicated numbers required? Perhaps to disguise a myriad of contradictions. You must question bad logic. It is why we live, to ask questions.
Kill him quickly. The Master wants all the scholars silenced by nightfall.
The Borgia are involved, and so am I.
Fort Censorship. Defend Copernico from the attacking Borgia guards. Full sync, take no damage during the ambush. So this can be a bit tricky, which is why I also waited until I have the Brotherhood unlocked, because taking no damage, while there's like 30 people attacking you, can be quite difficult. Especially since there are also people who have like, you know, like spears and heavy weapons which you can't counter with the sword or the dagger. So I'm probably sticking to Hidden Blades here, and also call on my assassins as well. Papa review stream coming when? Well, that's the question, isn't it? Yeah, probably post some pictures on Discord or something. Since I don't stream with webcam. Fuck.
Ragazzi!
Yeah, that was helpful. Without the assassins, you know, there's so much that can go wrong. Especially once you're like in that cutscene kind of like special action cam mode and somebody else is attacking you and you just simply don't see it, you know. That can also quite easily happen. Niccolo Copernico. Born in the city of Toru, Royal Prussia, which was actually a part of Poland and should not be confused with Ducal Prussia, Teutonic Prussia, or the much later West Prussia, Niccolo Copernico, aka Nicolaus Copernicus, was the youngest of 4 siblings. Although he seemed to be destined for the church, his brother was a priest and his sister a nun. After all, Niccolo bucked the family trend to partake in a humanist education to become a priest. Okay, so at first he wasn't much of a rebel, instead enjoying the privileges granted by his upper-class upbringing. He studied Aristotle, Ptolemy, and others at the University of Krakow. By the time he graduated, he spoke 4 languages, and while waiting to be appointed to his canonry in Warmia, a rebellious duchy within Poland, he journeyed to Italy to study law. However, rather than focusing on his canonical studies, he attended humanities lectures and began speaking about science and astronomy, notably leading a series of public lectures in Rome. Pope Alexander VI did not take kindly to him, and he left the city rather abruptly in 1501. But Copernico had discovered his passion. He was so enamored with his studies that he applied for a 2-year extension of his time abroad to learn medicine in Padua, where there he also became fluent in Greek and read many ancient texts. After graduating, he left Italy for good, finally arriving in Warmia to take on his duties. Working as a secretary to his uncle, the Bishop of Warmia, he found time to develop his astronomical theories on this site. He quickly wrote a rough version of his heliocentric theory and then spent his off hours for the next 30 years recording astral movements from an unknown tower using primitive instruments modeled on a far more ancient one. Although Copernico has been immortalized for his writings placing the sun at the center of the universe, his theories were not published until just before his death in 1543. Some even believe he died as the first copy of his book was placed into his hands. We've had that happen so many times on that one rod. Yeah, same here, you know. And given how early you unlock that memory, you know, I usually really try to wait until I at least have some assassins unlocked, so it makes it a bit easier. There's just so much that can go wrong otherwise. Knowing all these versions of Prussia is too much Prussia for you to handle. Under Prussia. Hey there, Sekit. Welcome in.
Who are you that defends without cause?
One who believes in freedom. Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
Ezio. They call me Niccolo Copernico. I have heard your name spoken at the Borgia court. But now I have proof that you truly exist.
Il Vaticano welcomes you. Yet, you are under attack by its guards.
You think me one of them? Truthfully, you would be right. Yesterday, I was a Templar.
And today?
The Templars wanted me to keep the findings of my experiments hidden. And that I cannot do.
The Borgia hunt for you and your friends.
My fellow scholars? The logic of such a purge escapes me. Find Copernico! But we will discuss reasoning later.
Follow me.
We will discuss reasoning later. I like that. Rapper name Niccolo YOLO. Imagine. He's dropping the hottest rhymes about the sun at the center of the universe. Out of orbit. Help Copernico escape from the guards intent on hunting him down. Full sync. Reach for safety in under 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
On me.
joy, our Lord is here. Bless.
Fall in. You will be safe here.
What of the other scholars?
How do I know I can trust you?
How do you know anything? Knowledge gathering is a dangerous enterprise. Easier to stay in place, learning nothing, than to risk in order to truly know.
All right. Enlighten me.
Take these letters to the scholars. They must be informed of the threat to their safety.
Very nice indeed. Alright, so now we gotta warn the different scholars across Roma. But we can do that whenever we come across one of those missions.
Hey, hey! Here! I must rise.
Not gonna throw out this verse to the universe, no need to rehearse. Rod coming in with that rapping career. At some point in the future it's gonna happen, I know it. If only I could jump up here. Did I just punch Renaissance Paul McCartney in the face? Savage. I did. And I'm proud of it. Ava Descendant, welcome in. Rapper Rod. A Ropper.
Ezio, news of our work has reached the Pope. As we speak, he prepares a courier for Romagna. If Cesare suspects his allegiances are slipping, he will fill the city with troops. Take the Pope's letter from the courier without his knowledge. Bring it to me, and I will prepare a forgery. We'll make sure Cesare receives his report.
Ghostwriting. Steal a paper letter from the courier, construct a forgery, and plant the forgery back on the courier. Forcing, complete the mission under 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Andiamo! Yeah!
I wish the ground would
people should realize that in the war.
Oh, Jesus, get out of my face, horse. I can't do it next to this guy either. Can't be spotted when ending that.
A letter? For me?
For me?
Bene, I can work with this. Give me a moment. Replace the letter before the courier realizes he has lost it. Cesare will be delighted to know all is well in Rome.
Nice. Okay, that's actually where we have the next main story, but I still wanna catch up on the side content here right now. I think we're gonna do one more side mission and then I will take a break. Let's do one more career mission. Courtesan mission. Maybe also send out the assassins on, or maybe I do that afterwards, so I can let it run during the break there.
All who need aid are welcome here.
But first, we must find him.
Your drawing seems genuine. On site.
Citizen, your city needs you now.
Please, stop!
Ezio, Cesare has captured the great condottieri, Prospero and Fabrizio Colonna. He has brought them to Roma for torture. Once freed, these men will cause significant trouble for the Borgia and their allies. They will be transferred soon under guard, but I suspect that will not be a problem for...
Troublemakers. Free Prospero and Fabrizio Colonna from the Borgia captors. Full sync. Finish the mission with both mercenaries above half health. Her hair looks like little horns. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think that might actually be the intention behind them. But who knows? Yeah, that weird glitch with this game too, and Odyssey where audio for a character's dialogue will be cut off at the end. Yeah, that always happens to me with Brotherhood. Almost like they set the mission accepting window a bit too early every time, or often. Okay, so there's 8 targets total.
Quite the athlete.
Life expectancy? About 5 more days.
probably just try using the Aerostorm ability there.
Has now spread to the lower Rioni, as drastic as it may seem. All the force is slaughtered and eaten as soon as possible. Would whoever saw this child from the Madonna and child stand in the wall above the keys.
You have saved us, amigo.
We're not free yet. Prepare yourself.
Okay, that's a force detection. It's like bound to happen with the time window. There's like guards that will instead attack us.
I'll let you take your death.
See, there's gonna be guards coming from everywhere. Jesus. These vigilantes always staying away there. Can he die?
What are you doing? Oh! Let me go! I see him! You ever pull that blade? I see him! Go!
There must be some way we can repay your kindness.
Continue the fight against the Borgia.
That we will. Addio, amico mio.
Addio.
Addio, amico mio. That's a lot of EOs. Alright, cool. Let's actually have a look here at the DNA tracker. So we're currently at 67%. We've done all of the Borgia, all of the war machines, all of the Borgia Tower except for one that unlocks in sequence 7. 66% of the Templar Asians. We've done 1/3 of the assassinations only. 69% of the thief missions. And I'm almost finished with all of the Courtesan missions. That's good. Okay. Cool. So once I come back from my break, I'm still gonna focus on some more side missions because I would like to catch up on everything that's available up until this point. But yeah, it's actually not that much, you know, because I've done all of the assassination contracts currently available, it seems. I've done almost all of the Courtesan missions, like that one is maybe actually the last one. It could be. And thief assignments, I've also done all of them, I think. Right now. So we're definitely almost caught up completely with the side missions available right now. Cheers, Rod. I definitely will. And yeah, until then I'm gonna leave you with some of the awesome soundtrack created by Jesper Kid for this game. And yeah, then we're gonna dive properly into sequence 6 and take care of the Baron de Valois. One thing I would like to do today actually is watching some making of and behind the scenes though. So I think I'm gonna take care of it first on my return from a break and showcase some of the making of for Brotherhood. And then we will head back into the game. So yeah, catch you guys for that in just a few. Alright. Welcome back, and thank you all for staying tuned. for more of AC Brotherhood with our Stealth and All Mission Challenge. So now that I'm back from my break, I would actually like to showcase a bit more of a making of Brotherhood, now that we're reaching the second half and ending sequences of the game. And yeah, earlier already we watched Assassin's Creed Ascendance, the animated short and the making of that. But now we have a proper behind the scenes video compilation. And then also, should that not be showcased in the 12-minute clip here, we got an IGN, I think, bonus kind of like disc for the making of. And we got a video regarding the combat motion capture and animation. So we're gonna have a look at that, and I will mute myself while we watch this. And yeah, I do hope you enjoy this kind of like look behind the scenes of the creation of this game.
Assassin's Creed is about a grand battle between Templars and Assassins that is hidden behind the scenes of history.
The Assassins are a force dedicated to maintaining and protecting our free will. And that sets them in direct opposition to the Templars, who are all about control.
It's a very, very interesting universe where we have many levels of depth and many angles to explore.
It's a totally immersive game where you get to relive amazing experience in a strong historical context.
With Assassin's Creed, the fans are very important to us, and we know how many people are out there waiting for the next installment and are excited to see what's going to happen. So it's important on the story side that we deliver new twists, new turns, and that we continue the narrative the way we had begun.
Assassin's Creed 1, as most of people know, was set in the Third Crusades during the 12th century. Assassin's Creed 2 was set in the Renaissance. This time around, we are going to focus especially on the city of Rome itself and on the life of Ezio, the second part of his life where he decides to build a new order, which we call the Assassin's Brotherhood.
So Ezio is initially just a young guy who finds himself forced into this world that he never knew existed. He's then exposed to this war between Templars and Assassins, and then struggles and fights to find his place in things. And it just so happens to be sort of at the side of the Assassins.
Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is a little bit like a new season of a great TV show.
Assassin's Creed Brotherhood starts off at exactly the moment that Assassin's Creed 2 ended. So, when we made Assassin's Creed 2, we understood that Ezio's story was more epic than anything we could tell with one game.
And this time around, what we wanted to give the players is the fantasy of being leader of an assassin order. And it made sense for us to put the player in that position and have that extra responsibility of not only teaching them, but also recruiting them and molding the next generation of assassins.
The player will be able to recruit new assassins, train them, and eventually send them on different types of missions.
You will see many familiar faces in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Lots of characters that you knew before in Assassin's Creed 2 will return, but not necessarily the way you expect. Now, Ezio is much older, he's wiser, and he's about to become a leader of the Assassin Order, and he'll need to prove that he truly can lead. But things aren't going to go as planned.
Next on the Brotherhood Diaries. By ascending through the Renaissance Church, the Templars seized control of Rome and made it the heart of their hidden empire. Now its citizens live in fear and poverty, but hope will arise as a Brotherhood is born. Welcome to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood Diaries.
In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Ezio's villa is attacked and destroyed by Cesare Borgia. After Ezio's villa is destroyed, he journeys to Rome to rebuild the Assassin's Order and strike at the heart of the Templars.
Rome was completely decrepit. People were poor, people were starved, they were scared, they were being bullied all the time. Rome was not the jewel that we know today or even thought it would be at that time.
The city of Rome was truly the center of power and corruption at the time. So there's going to be a strong military presence represented by the Borgias. So Ezio is going to fight against the Borgia. He's going to bring the Renaissance back to Rome.
When you're going to want to rebuild Rome, you're going to have to deal with zones that are occupied by the Borgias. When you get rid of one of those Borgia zones or Borgia towers, you're going to be able to open more shops, open stables, people will look healthier, there's going to be less bandits.
Very subtly, we see Rome change, and the people become confident that the Borgias have less and less influence over their lives.
Rome as a city is nice because you have a bit of water, huge landmarks, variations in levels. You have hills, the 7 hills of Rome. There's the Colosseum, the Pantheon, Castel Sant'Angelo, there's the Vatican. So that's all the new stuff that you're going to see in this city.
Rome is 3 times the size of Florence. It's the biggest map that we've ever done in an Assassin's Creed game. And so it made sense for us to introduce the horse in the city. Having other NPCs on a horse will allow you to do horse-against-horse combat mode.
You'll be able to assassinate from horse, start a free run sequence from your horse, air assassinate a guy and take his horse. So there's a lot of cool new moves that we're adding with that play element.
Ezio, now a master assassin, will see the potential in some recruits and save them from the Borgia oppression by fighting off guard, surrounding the recruit, and he will invite them to join the order.
The thing is, the player will actually have to train these guys. But through the process of the game and through the missions that you can send them on, you'll be able to upgrade them and make them even stronger. With this, the player will have some pretty kick-ass allies to help them fight the Borgia.
But you gotta be careful because they can die.
And once they're dead, they're gone forever.
As a player, you totally get to customize your own assassin. You can specialize a certain assassin with long range or another one that could help you out in hand-to-hand combat fighting along with you.
Like the coolest thing I ever saw was I was in a big fight. I called my Assassin's Guild. They came in, they took out the guys. Next thing I knew, they threw some smoke bombs, which then allowed me to finish off the guys, and then they ran off. It was brilliant. Once you see them in action, your jaw's gonna drop.
Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is really an experience in speed and power in a way that Assassin's Creed 2 wasn't.
Rome is the huge city. It's the largest city ever built by the Assassin's Creed team, so there's a lot to see and a lot to discover in Rome.
It's about 3 times the size of Florence, so it's the biggest world we've ever done in our map. The production has been exponential. Everything is moving faster. You can do more with the world. You can use more abilities. At the same time, Ezio is acquiring power.
Ezio is much more mature, he's seasoned, he's experienced, and he gets to build his own assassin's order. You really have the feeling of playing the master assassin. We have what we call memorable moments. Places in the game where we wanted the player to feel really like an epic mission.
I wanted the player to remember each set piece and be able to talk about them with friends, not only next week, but next month.
One of the biggest set piece that we have is the Castel Sant'Angelo, which is actually the main residence of the Pope. It actually took a whole team just to build that specific landmark. It's so huge.
Many aspects of the game were actually very challenging. The horse is one of them. There's a good reason why we didn't do it on AC1 and on AC2.
We really wanted to work hard on the horse and really improve the horse a lot, and that was a behemoth for us.
Having the horse inside the city is something that multiplies all the problems you have with the horse, because then you can do free running, then you can do assassinations, then you can do hijacking. The horse was definitely a challenge.
Personally, when I play Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, my favorite part is to be really stealthy. And what's nice about it is that now you have your fellow assassins with you. You can really come up with a plan, send your assassins on missions.
You can call your fellow assassins to kill people around you who you want dead. Ezio just does it with this little gesture like they're dead.
I mix it up a bit. I do like to do this social stealth action, like blade in the crowd type. Sometimes I just love to go in Rambo style and just kill everything.
I like kind of barreling through things. I'm not a delicate player. I'm not trying to master the nuances of the system, although there are many of them. I really like just doing high voltage things like throwing an axe into someone's head.
My favorite gadget are the smoke bombs. Call your assassins, they throw smoke bombs, it's chaos. And then you just go for the kill and savor that final moment.
We've been toying around with the multiplayer idea for a while now, for a good 2-3 years.
Having a multiplayer in Assassin's Creed game sounds weird because we're an action-adventure game, but it's something the players were telling us that they wanted to do.
It was really important to give the player the same kind of feeling that he experienced in the single-player aspect of the game, but in multiplayer.
It would have been easy to just slap on a deathmatch multiplayer, and I think it would have done a disservice to our core fan base. It had to be really smart. It's not a frag game, it's not a deathmatch, it's not how many people you kill, but how you kill them.
I think I prefer the Courtesan as a multiplayer character because I can play and look at a cute girl at the same time.
The one that I choose a lot is the priest and the courtesan. Not that I feel like a woman sometimes.
It's the Courtesan for me. Yeah, she's sneaky and yeah.
I know you're there, Ezio! So consider this an invitation from my family to yours!
For me, Brotherhood is about character and conflict.
We actually based the whole story around the Borgia family, and they actually existed in real life. Their history is so rich, like they're so decadent, they totally control Rome, they had their hand over the papacy and everything, so it's like a really, really good example of how power can corrupt you.
I worked very closely with the historian. Anything that's possible historically is allowed in the game.
Paper guards!
We're never going to have anything in the game that history directly contradicts. That doesn't mean that we don't imagine events that could have happened.
Ready to go again?
You don't need to ask.
One should always have the freedom to choose.
The struggle between the Assassins and the Templars is part of this universal push-pull between control and freedom.
The Templars are all about control over the mass, telling people what to think, telling people what morals to have, what's right and wrong. And the Assassins represent freedom of thought, freedom of choice.
A lot of gamers talk about how our endings are like cliffhangers, but I think the Assassin's Creed game, like any season finale, deserves such an ending.
Don't forget, it's all about Desmond's ancestors. So it's all about Desmond's story going into a machine and reliving ancestors' past lives.
What will be really racking their brains at the end of the game is that you can't really trust anybody.
We really wanted to keep people on their toes. Who's on my side and who's really not on my side. Have the player doubt who his friends are and who his enemies are.
It's really like a big conspiracy and you don't know who's a Templar, who is an assassin. That part is really true for Desmond as well.
You start to see how messages from the past are being conveyed to Desmond in the present, and we're building to something really big. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is really an experience in speed and power in a way that Assassin's Creed 2 wasn't.
Rome is the huge, huge city. It's the largest city ever built by...
Okay, so I guess this part actually has been, yeah, so it's basically what we just watched. Okay, that's good. I can skip this then. I'm actually throw this out of a playlist in that case. But there's one more clip, 2 minutes long, showcasing the combat motion capture and animation. So gonna watch that as well, and then we will head back into the game. Cyclops and Odyssey looking at you. No kidding. All about fantasy now. No more science fiction. What you watched was Brotherhood multiplayer hippie. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure how they did it. Maybe there is kind of like a server system they can use instead. You know, like maybe player to player with like host. Or maybe the servers work temporarily again. I know it can also differ sometimes between the platform, like if you're on PC or if you are on console. Yet I know that not all the multiplayer have been affected by it. But yeah, I was just today actually looking at the PC gamer wiki for Brotherhood, and it did say on there that the servers are down since October 2022. I didn't check myself again if it was enabled or not. But yeah, I'm curious to find out if there is a fix. I know there's a fix on PC for unlocking the content that couldn't be accessed anymore now that the servers are offline. So maybe there's also a fix for, you know, the multiplayer as well. Would be cool if it was. So it can stay alive a bit longer. Jesus, how much work that must be, you know, doing it for each and every frame. I like how we use Altair's motto for the double chain kill. And count the pixels in this footage here. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, the patience as well, you know. Anybody working with like 3D software or cutting and editing and stuff knows what you're talking about. The patience you gotta have sometimes for those. But yeah, that's all of the behind the scenes I wanted to showcase for Brotherhood. It's not quite as much as for other games because it was more like in accord with AC2, right, and that development, I guess. So some of the development for Brotherhood was part of AC2's development, you could say. But yeah, pretty cool, you know, to have like, again, a bit more of an insight into some of the ideas behind the game and what I wanted to achieve with, you know, the Brotherhood system and all that. And definitely agree with the one guy saying, you know, that they like to play stealthy, and a lot of the tools they add to the game, including the Brotherhood, is extremely helpful for it, because, I mean, I still only have 1 detection in a mission and 2 for Borgia towers in this playthrough that could have been avoided. And a big reason of that is, of course, the Brotherhood system, but also all of the ranged weapons, you know, like the crossbow, the ranged poison, the hidden gun, that you unlock like straight from the beginning. All of it is really helpful to stay undetected in the game. I think at this point in AC2 I already had at least 20 detections or something in comparison. But also mental energy, that as well, yeah. You show there's more material Ubisoft have in their Vote 2 that they still haven't released, but then again it took a while before video game companies started to really focus on that as an element. Just like movies do. That's very true, yeah. I reckon there would be probably like more material on maybe also like DVDs and stuff. But a lot of these behind the scenes, you know, haven't even been uploaded by the official Ubisoft YouTube channel. So definitely was much later that they really reached out to have like also more you know, like critics and stuff actually make a report as well about the behind the scenes stuff. Like they've later done with IGN in AC3 and the following years. Okay, so we have another Cristina mission that is available to us. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Please, be careful, Miss Ed.
Actually forgot to set my assassins on missions for the break, but that's alright.
Ezio! What are you doing here?
I only just came back to Firenze. Look at you. Beautiful as ever.
Oh, Ezio, It's been 2 years!
And I've thought of nothing but you.
Oh, but Ezio...
What is it?
I'm engaged to be married. My father kept asking me to choose. I thought I would never see you again. Ah! It's Manfredo! He's going to kill him! What?
Tale he lost money to. He's dragged them out to the end of the new bridge.
Who the hell is Manfredo?
My fiancé!
As men. Say Cristina's fiancé, Manfredo, from the Gamblers. Yeah, hippie. They really hit different, you know, those flashback missions here to AC2 with Cristina. His hand is almost as big as her head. That's true, yeah. That's like me with Levi, to be honest. Because she's very tiny. Oh shit, I gotta be fast here. Okay, that's a forced combat scenario, I reckon. Yes.
I was going to have the money for you today, but the payment came in late.
Yeah, that was a bullshit detection. Not gonna count that.
Grazie, emissary. You don't know how close. Whoa, hey! Aspetta! What are you doing?
Do you love her?
What?
Do you love her? Cristina! The woman you're about to marry!
Yes, I do. I swear I do. Kill me here, and I will die still loving her.
You are never going to gamble again.
Never, Messere.
You will be a good husband to her. Or I will hunt you down and kill you myself. He's fine. He'll make a good husband. I made sure of it.
What?
Oh man, Ezio. That actually hurts to see. It's like, here, let me give you a very passionate long kiss. Oh, by the way, your husband is gonna be just fine. Damn, I even unlocked the next Cristina mission already. Not bad. The Cristina memories are probably a favorite part in Brotherhood. Yeah, because it's basically more AC2, isn't it? But yeah, they're pretty good. I really enjoy those flashbacks as well. Hey there, Maxi, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Yeah, kinda wanna disable the chests here. Because they keep on like cluttering the map. Wherever they are. Okay, that's better. So, I think I'm gonna do some of the Copernico deliver letter missions. Even though it was incredibly painful, you couldn't help but notice they kept the Rome citizen sounds of a flashback, which threw you off a little bit. That's fair. Yeah, sometimes you of course have to like reuse assets, which can break the immersion sometimes. Okay, time to send our assassins on some more missions here. Okay. I gotcha, Maxi. But yeah, hope you have a good start into your weekend and that you can relax a bit from the busy week. It's definitely going good. We have basically only been concentrating on side stuff today so far, but I've been doing some excellent progress with that. So yeah, already at about 70% total sync, and I still got another 3 to 4 sequences left of main story. So that's like the biggest chunk of what we have left of the game here. I'm kind of like currently trying to catch up on everything that's currently available to us before we do the next main mission. It's definitely fair too, Maxi. Hopefully you can use the weekend to, you know, get some of that energy back. 25% away from getting the final Cristina memory. Nice. That's good. Okay, let's do this one. Barcelona. Study the scholars. Templar scholars have been gathered to collaborate on a significant project. Find out what it is. Sabotage it if you can. Okay, you guys can do that. London, steal clothing. Our Brotherhood makes use of a wide variety of disguises to get us into private events and restricted locations. We have assembled a list of needed costumes for you to retrieve. Okay, you guys can do that. Delicate, a sort of spy. The Templar spy has infiltrated the city. Show him the way out. Lisbon, a fighting chance. Travel back to Lisbon, where supplying your ship with weapons, rations, and simple armor. Teach the oppressed how to use them. Give them tactics to strike back against men from the shadows without raising alarm. We do not have the resources to fight their way, but we can help them survive their war, but we can help them survive it. Can I do this one too? I can't. Let's actually keep 2 of the assassins here so we have a way to use them during missions. And let's also go ahead and change our outfit. Let's go for the Armor of Altair a little bit. I know it's not canon because it has been destroyed in the attack on Monteriggioni. But it's such an iconic outfit, you know. Love the design of it.
kind of man.
Intelligentsia. Find the scholar and deliver Copernico's letter before the guard kill him. Posync. Deliver the letter in under 2 minutes.
The shadows are his
Absolutely.
Borgia lapdogs! Your master is the devil!
A letter? For them? Indeed, listener. Okay, the annoying thing here is that I also have to find where I have to deliver the letter to.
Healing, potions, poison. The new regulations stipulate a minimum distance of 10 feet. A match will be held tomorrow on the souls of the
Jesus, where is he? Where are you?
This is from Copernico.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there's already the next one. Apparently. You reckon roads would be this uniform back in the days? How do you mean, hippie? Uniform? Honorary degree. Find the scholar and deliver Copernico's letter before the guards kill him. Posync. Deliver the letter in under 1 minute. Lots of letters to deliver here.
The various Brioni councils and most guild member shops have necessary scales on site.
Copernico sent me.
Grazie.
Grazie a Dio. Requiescat in pace. Okay, that's the force detection. Amazing.
Get off me!
Oh. The assassin is stuck in the wall. Rip. He's very determined to get out of that wall. Okay then. There should be one more letter I can deliver somewhere.
This lovely retract.
Can also buy the Mond crucifixion. Also have more than enough money. Sorry about that.
Watch yourself, friend.
Hey there, Dr. Sourpatch, welcome in. I know, right? Those people are the worst. They don't say hello. How could they? How could people just, you know, be in chat and lurk and stuff? It's unacceptable. How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, nice. Got some thieves here. Means 3 items. You're supposed to take the thief, not me.
Don't lose him again!
Because looting these thieves actually is really good to get these very unique items. Like Cardinal's Purple is used for one of the shop quests.
Rich prizes for all games winners are promised, as well as a purse of 2,000 gold.
Expedited post. Deliver letters to 3 scholars before they are killed. Deliver 3 letters in under 3 minutes.
The Borgia are after you.
Then I will hide. Thank you.
A real modern Romulo.
I like how he's like grazie and then immediately insults me when I bump into him. Also get anything to do.
Read this and get to safety.
I will. Grazie.
It's kind of funny that the forcing requirement is deliver 3 letters in under 3 minutes. Because the time window you have to deliver each letter doesn't even add to 2 minutes total or something. So forcing requirement is basically don't fail the mission. I think they kind of like messed something up there.
Take this. It is from Copernico.
Grazie.
Ah, very nice, Rod. Family time and watching football. Sounds very good. Isn't rugby also quite big in... maybe that could also be that New Zealand is more into rugby than football. I think rugby is definitely also has quite the prominence, doesn't it? Some people, you don't know. That one is a bit too easy. Yeah, it's like literally, you know, pass the mission. It's a full sync requirement. Okay, so what else do we have? We have another Courtesan assignment, which I think is actually the last one in the game. Sure was, plus had an awesome dinner. In Australia you have 3 different codes, rugby, AFL and rugby league. You mean soccer could be counted too, you guess, but we don't call it football here. That's definitely fair too. Yeah, for me football, at least in the traditional sense, always like soccer, like the sport. Because American football just really isn't that big over here. I mean, it has become much bigger. But yeah, like, you know, soccer/football is definitely the biggest sport here in Germany.
The senator and I have uncovered the planned meeting place of the Borgia and the foreign ambassadors. You have killed the ambassadors. Now those who plotted with them must be stopped. I can show you where, but I leave the rest to you. We must run.
Bad politics. Right to the meeting spot and kill the remaining ambassadors. Full sync. Kill all targets in under 60 seconds.
Air for all.
Come, shyness is for little girls, not bold men who know the business end of a well-designed market and
many complaints of weekend hosts now. The way we can really make a difference. White sport clothes are the devil to get clean.
That's so Intelligentsia.
Nice, that actually worked. I was hoping I could pull off a beam move there. Okay, so they're like instantly charging at us. And they instantly detect us too, so that's a force combat scenario here too.
No! Hey, stop!
We have you!
Grazie, Ezio. I will return to the Rose in Fiore. The others will know of your bravery.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really cool that they made the horse able to be of like some kind of like use to you if it is like for combat or even for like parkour. But yeah, that move can be so difficult to pull off. So yeah, it's not guaranteed to work, I guess. It can be very satisfying to pull it off.
Take heed! A new breakthrough from Flanders and the treatment of...
Okay. You get some... Let's get an axe here. You get some armor. And you get Vishiavona. Alright. Got a new mission in Vienna. Deliver a confession. The Templars have ordered the execution of one of their own men. In disguise, deliver his confession. Perhaps he will share valuable information in his final hours. Okay, so level 6 and 7 can do this together. I wonder if I could do this already, but yeah, I can't. No worries whatsoever, Lucinda. Thank you for being here and for joining us. I hope you have a good start to your stream. And yeah, for anybody that hasn't checked out Lucinda's channel before, I would highly recommend doing so. She's currently doing a playthrough of the Resident Evil series. And has just been playing through Resident Evil 0 and 1. So I guess 2 would be the next game, if I'm not mistaken. She's also a big fan of first-person games like Dishonored, Bioshock, and many more. So yeah, if that sounds like something you would be interested in, then definitely go ahead and check out her channel, and maybe even leave a follow. That's me, Dr. Sour Patch. I like it. That's actually a joke I always make as well when somebody leaves the room, or I like to do sometimes. In stealth games like Styx. That's true, yeah, I do remember her playing that as well. But I guess the enjoyment wasn't quite as as much. And that's a very sort of a shout out whatsoever, Lucinda. Thanks also again, Rod, for trying two at the same time. Okay, let's have a look down here. This is gonna be good. Rites and Seeds. Ottoman Sultan Bayezid II has offered refuge to the victims of the Inquisition, who now flee Spain and Portugal. Bayezid realizes these people will make his own empire stronger as Isabella, Ferdinand, and Manuel weaken theirs. However, Ferdinand has placed spies within the migrant population. We must expose these spies and replace them. This new community is flourishing with artists, scientists, and philosophers. It is the perfect soil to plant a Brotherhood guild. A fleeting chance. Our operations in India have raised great concern about King Manuel's ties to the Templar. Where does he get his information? What are his intentions? Find a weak link in his council and extract the information we need. Okay, now I don't have any assassins left, but two of them should come back quite soon, I think. Indeed. I guess they didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition. They surely didn't. Okay, what other side missions do I have left currently? Okay, there's another Copernico follow-up mission down there.
Citizen! Citizen!
Citizen? Hey, Vaora, welcome in. And good morning.
Citizen!
Citizen?
Here. Well, aren't you a funny monkey?
A very funny monkey.
Has he lost his mind?
All letters are delivered.
While we were gone, I determined the most likely source of these strange attacks. The Master of the Sacred Palace.
Who is that?
A Dominican, appointed by the Pope, who ensures that Roman religious philosophy remains pure. He never liked my studies to begin with. Now that I have crossed the Templars, he has clearly retaliated.
Where can I find him?
Cardinals typically congregate nearby. Follow one of them. The Master likes to greet each one. Perhaps you will hear more conclusive evidence.
Men in Red. Tell a cardinal to discover the location of a man seeking Copernico's death, the master of a sacred palace. Posing. Hear no one while following the cardinal.
Hey, hey! Here! Here! Hey, hey!
Out of my way, peasants.
For the benefit of all Romans. Houses presently on the side are to be vacated by tenants immediately. Property owners can petition in Capitales Notary for compensation.
Hey Vermola, welcome back. Back from getting your ears lowered, feels good. Your ears lowered? Ah, okay, so it's like a code for getting a haircut. Fair enough. I've never heard that saying before.
Borgia slaves!
That's good, Mola. I hope you're happy with your new haircut. An ambition from God. You save it in so many video games. It's an old man saying. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I probably would know it if I was a native speaker, at least.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Ancient writing. Hey there, Serf. Welcome in.
Life expectancy.
That's right. Getting your ears lowered is ancient writing pretty much, isn't it?
Are we done with this pissing contest?
Are we done?
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Okay, the cardinal. Okay, was like another symbol on top of it. I was like wondering where did the...
Are we done with this pissing contest?
Ancient writing translates as take my sugar. Amazing.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Bene. Okay, so we gotta stay undetected while tailing this guy, and we can't kill anybody on the way too.
A letter? For me?
Is an ancient writing found in a letter? It can be. Usually it's ingrained in ancient tablets. What? How does he even see me from there?
Spare me, a god! I heard that! I like it! Denari! Wow!
Silver! I suppose.
Praise be to God!
Like how the guy gets even off his horse to collect all the dinero. That guy doesn't even wonder where the money is coming from.
Happiness! Yes!
It is simply a matter of applying pressure at the top.
I love this.
Master. Giuliano, any news of Copernico and the others?
Nothing.
Those fools, inundating the people with their theories. We can barely contain the populace as it is. I have dispatched my best guards to deal with them. I trust they will make quick work of it.
I must stop them.
Setting ducks. Locate and kill all of the executioners sent by the master of the sacred palace to murder the scholars. Full sync. Kill all of the executioners in under 5 minutes.
Air for all.
I guess they're on the rooftops or something? Or what? Yeah, this is kind of like another inside detection kind of like scenario. Where they run as soon as find them.
No such pain for that. The Guardia are attempting to control the recent outbreaks of violence, but cannot guarantee the safety. Take heed! A new breakthrough from Flanders and the treatment of gout is being hailed as a miracle! It involves imbibing fast water.
Have you been drinking?
Okay, where's this guy?
With your nose, so far!
The heck? What's on the rooftops either? Oh Jesus, get away from me. Is he on the rooftops and I just missed him? Great. I took too long finding the target. So I just want to find where he is, just so I can prepare myself. Where is he? fuck? You literally have no idea where he's hiding.
What have I done?
Is he like invisible? Like, what the fuck? I feel like I've searched everywhere and he's nowhere to be found.
Break the bastard. They cannot catch him. He is too good.
This mission hasn't bugged out on me, has it? Honestly feel like the guy didn't spawn or something. What? Okay, so it's two heavy guys roaming around. That's why I didn't see my target. Great. Okay, let's restart the memory. Must have not been lurking, but did I do that annoying rooftop race you were talking about? I think it was a mission that you were talking about, yeah, where you had to finish it in 60 seconds. Had to replay it a couple times to get it right, unfortunately. But yeah, I did get it done eventually. Gotta be extra fast here. Okay, this next guy is on the ground. Hey Vitor, welcome in. Okay, the next guy is on the rooftop again. The other two guys on the ground. Two guys are like roaming the area. Two heavy guys, so they should be easy to find once I see them. Must be these guys, yeah. Indeed. Kill the target? What? The mission literally bugged out on me? Are you kidding me? You see that? It says kill the target, even though 2 have been killed. And the game is just saying 4 have been killed. Oh, what the fuck? Game. Please. So I can literally not finish a mission now because the game just bugged out on me. Essentially. Maybe activating Eagle Vision changes something, but... Or looting them.
Please don't.
Yeah, it's like literally just bugged out. Good thing you missed it. You don't want that PTSD again. That's definitely fair too. Don't want to be reminded of that.
Come, friend. I press.
I can do everything again. Freaking fantastic. Has he lost his mind? Thank God now it worked. This was like such bullshit again, almost. Imagine, like, it didn't kill him as it did, and then the other guy just detecting me. Because of like another bug happening. Thankfully only detected me after the mission ended, so it doesn't count, but yeah. Amount of bugs right now.
Tread carefully. My patience has limits.
Alright. So, now that that is done, I guess we can go back to Niccolo Copernico one last time to finish off the DSC.
You are right. The master intends to kill you.
I will not let his bullying stop my research. Tonight there is an eclipse. I intend to chronicle it.
But the master hunts for you.
Better to die enlightened than to live in ignorance.
His end will come much sooner than yours.
Close the book. Hear the master of a sacred palace. Full sync. Hear the master with the hidden blade. You turn above the next game that you play. You're between Neo 1 and Ghostwriting Tokyo. Both take place in Japan. The fact that you're trying to learn Japanese on your own might be a coincidence. That's definitely fair. I haven't played either of those games, so I can't really make a recommendation. But in case you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima yet, that would also be a good game I would recommend. Especially if you're learning Japanese. Hey Madonna? Exactly, yeah, that would be also a good game. I think Harbinger played it before, but I'm not sure. Sticking with a pointy end. That's the plan, Serf. Always.
Looks rather risky.
You haven't learned much from Ghost yet. That's fair. I've only ever played it once, and I played it in English.
Dio del cielo. Io hurt someone.
Silencing the truth will not stop its spread.
People are lazy. They will believe what we tell them to believe. I have sent my best man to find Copernico. You are already too late.
Requiescat in pace.
Bastardo. Okay, that's the force detection here again. Because those guys weren't there. I don't have a PlayStation Harbinger. I gotcha. Hey, the Nemesis, welcome in.
Has he been drinking?
Has he been drinking? Okay, that's another force detection here. Actually crazy the amount of times you have them happening. I like how he's even dancing as well. Two dances. What is he doing? Is that like a person? What are we missing? Like somebody should be dead that isn't. And they have to stay in the area too. Oh Jesus, the amount of bugs in this game right now. What is happening? Who are you fighting, dude? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna let myself get desynchronized here so I can get a checkpoint restart. What the fuck?
Marvelous.
What the fuck?
You should not be so emotional. You will find it all makes more sense that way.
Perhaps.
Cesare thinks himself the center of it all, but he circles the periphery with the rest of us. Did you know that the sun is most likely the midpoint of the universe, not the Earth? I see the movements of the moon and stars, and yet I can only observe. So much is unknown to me. This age of reason is but the beginning of an end I will never see. Someday we will be able to influence this world, to exploit the power of human will to harness light and perhaps even travel into the heavens. But I am getting ahead of myself. First, we must see the sun spinning at the center.
I believe what you say is possible.
You should not accept my word. Not until I have proof. Soon. Buonanotte, Ezio. And thank you.
So funny that desynchronizing kind of like fixed the mission. And then we had like another Copernico walking off in the cutscene. Like, it was also the drunken dancer Copernico that did it. Absolutely amazing. Okay, but yeah, I think that finishes pretty much all of the side missions I currently have available up until sequence 6. Now I do have another Cristina mission, but I'm gonna do that after the next sequence. And I still wanna finish sequence 6 today, or at least make a start on it. So yeah, finally it's time. Was a main story today. Actually crazy, I haven't done a single main story today. It tells you about how much side stuff there is in this game. Also, Havik is like, welcome in. I'm gonna need a PC emulator for PC at this rate. You're kidding. It's VPCception. It sure was sick. The game just created a clone for Copernico. Like that. That's true, Aura. Yeah, to be fair, Copernico is also getting hunted in this game for his for what he believes in as the truth. But yeah, he just lives with that risk, I guess. Oh yeah, Donna. Love it. Kind of like also called a theme for like outside the city, I guess. With like more for farms and fields. Copernicus died an old man. Galileo wasn't that lucky. Yeah. Rest in peace.
So, you have a plan?
Once inside, your men can overpower the camp's patrols, correct?
Yes, but...
Especially if the patrols are taken completely by surprise.
Ma certo.
Then we need to liberate several suits of French armor. At dawn, we are going to walk right in.
Ah! Ezio Auditore! You are truly a man after my own heart. Magnifico!
I will get the armor.
My troops will gather it from the dead. We will then depart from the north, so as not to arouse suspicion. And Ezio, make sure to kill them without a fight. The armor has to stay clean.
French kiss. Orchestrate a plan to fool the Baron de Valois by assassinating 20 French soldiers in the Roman ruins, allowing Bartholomeo's men to steal their armor. Full sync, do not be detected. Yeah, I haven't done a single main mission until we had that cutscene where Bartholomew was going like completely wild. Okay, this is a mission where we definitely will use our assassin recruits a lot. But also mercenaries and other groups you can use to create like a conflict. Like these guys. Oh, nice. We now have the Lair of Romulus available. There's one like literally locked behind the aqueduct.
Grazie. Addio.
Hold on.
Bit of chaos going on here. Kill him. Okay then. There's some guys outside here. Nice, that's already half of them. You see where Rogue was inspired by the renovations in this game? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the renovation system has definitely been popularized with AC2 and then taken like to a grander scale with Brotherhood.
All roads must be kept clear.
Yeah, this actually isn't the best place to fight because there's gonna be tons of Borgia guards riding through. But as long as I'm not inside the restricted area myself, should be alright. Get some more here. I'm literally missing one soldier. Of course, I only had to be 9 in this place, yeah. Oh, it's fine.
Andiamo!
That works. Okay, I think this is a good moment to actually go ahead and change our outfit because we're gonna be disguising ourselves for the next mission. And if you have kind of like an outfit enabled that isn't really like a dye of a main outfit, then it's gonna like overwrite, you know, the disguise, which makes it look a bit ridiculous. So let's go ahead and disable IT's outfit here. Do we have a tailor nearby? Yeah, that's right. Gonna be disguised for most part either way. I could need smoke bombs though. I should probably go to a blacksmith. Well then, let's go back down there.
only the high.
Ah, interesting. I knocked 2 pieces of the plate set apparently. But I'm gonna wait until I can get the entire set before I buy anything. Let's go ahead and buy the next weapon wool. The Lucerne hammer. And let's also get the dagger.
Your coin seems genuine. Come, people.
Let's also buy Christ's Blessing for 19,000 wool. Jesus. Well, we do have the money.
Where is Charles Lee?
And I want to get all of the paintings, so...
Pleasure, sir. Come again.
Fuck it. Why is Christ so sexy? I don't know, man.
I'll have you looking like brand ambassador.
Must be that curly long hair. Okay, let's go back to Classic Assassin White. I can also get some new pouches. Oh yeah? Well, let's get the heavy sheath so I can carry 2-handed weapons. Let's get the knife bit upgrade. And the large medicine pouch.
A smart choice. Ciao for now.
My sweet money. Yeah, it's fine. With a painter that has some explaining to do. It's actually cool, you can go into your headquarter and then access the pictures there. And it will tell you who painted it and under which circumstances or what inspired them sometimes.
I would give much
So I guess you can find out in the headquarter.
Bring me a suit of that perverted armor.
You are not wearing one.
What?
It is part of the plan. You surrender to us, we are bringing you to the Baron.
Ah, yes. Then what?
Your men attack on my signal.
Bene! Go change into costume. Dawn approaches. Get into formation!
Trojan Horse. Reach a French fortress at Castra Praetoria before sunrise, while leading the disguised mercenaries. Kill any French troops at checkpoints along the way before they raise the alarm. Full sync. Do not lose any health squares. Do I play AC on normal or hard difficulty? Well, AC doesn't have any difficulty option until Origins. But I'm doing a challenge run, of course, with a stealth challenge and doing like all the full sync requirements, so I would say I'm playing on very hard right now. But yeah, that's more like a difficulty I've chosen for myself, I reckon. It's not until the RPG games that they add like an actual difficulty option to the game. Okay, nothing I could do about that detection. They just ran straight at me.
Follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
Okay, I'll take care of these guys here. Wow. I poisoned him and that killed Bartolomeo. They couldn't just walk around the poison guy, could they? They had to go directly into his face.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
He's a killer! Madman!
More troops up ahead. Your plan is brilliant. I don't like using this kind of trick. I believe in fair fighting. May the best man win.
Cesare and the Baron seem to have a different style.
There will come a day in which men no longer cheat each other. And on that day, we will see what mankind is truly capable of.
I've heard that before.
It is something your father once wrote.
I will take care of them.
Peace keep you now.
So missions get harder on the earlier games? I wouldn't necessarily say so. I mean, you have the difficulty of forcing requirements starting in Brotherhood. But of course, like having harder difficulty options for combat and stuff makes Origins, Odyssey quite more difficult. Also have like the level difference and everything.
I didn't do it. I've done other things too. I'm paid this price, but not this. Mercy!
Stop them before they attack us.
It's like a different kind of like form of difficulty, I would say. But overall, I would say the early games are more difficult if you would do all the forcing requirements. Many people have been laying down the games after attempting some of them.
Go! Now!
Que venez-vous faire ici?
Mes soldats conduisent le capitaine italien à son excellence, le baron. Il vous surround.
What part of France are you from?
Montreal!
Open the gate!
Those speak French.
There were a couple of French girls in Firenze.
It's kind of funny when he says I'm from Montreal, because that's of course where the development studio is based on that made most of the AC games, including this one.
Chien d'Italien!
Yeah, that's kind of like a free DLC in Origins where you can fight the ancient gods in like a animus simulation style of like combat. It's not canon, but it's kind of like a gameplay focused free DLC.
General Dalviano, it seems that you have seen the light.
Enough of your crap! Release my wife!
Such entitlement from a man born with nothing to his name.
Mine is worth its currency, unlike yours, which is counterfeit.
How dare you?
You think that commanding an army grants you nobility? Nobility comes from fighting beside your soldiers, not kidnapping a woman to cheat your way out of battle. Why don't you grow up here and release my wife?
You savages never learn.
Stop it!
Ezio, you have to save my wife! Take the rooftops!
Fuck. I don't think I fully finished that mission. Because I wasn't allowed to lose any health square, did I? And I definitely took some damage there. Took a hit. Well then, might have to replay that one. Thank God it wasn't developed by Ubisoft Singapore. Can you imagine it? Which part of France are you from? Singapore. Imagine, yeah. It's like, huh? Since when is Singapore French? Actual Montreal in France a few centuries old in that year. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that definitely could be interesting nemesis. Like a co-op in Origins. I think it's always cool when you have like co-op like in Unity. It was lots of fun. Go with French genre on this one. Freaking savages. Au revoir. Overtake the Baron de Valois and assassinate him. Full sync. Finish the mission in less than 5 minutes. Huh, look at that. I actually still finished the mission. Apparently I took a hit but didn't lose any health square. That's good. Okay, so this part just now was kind of like a forced combat scenario. But the next one I can do stealthily. And if I fail, I will have to reset the checkpoint there. I mean, he kind of knows I'm there, but I can still do it stealthily to surprise him. Which you have to be fair. Okay, let's wait for this guy to go back.
I only wanted respect.
Respect is earned, not inherited or purchased.
Perhaps you are right. I need more time.
Che tu sia pari nella morte. Requiescat in pace. Requiescat in pace.
Fantasilea! Don't ever disappear again. I was lost without you.
Really? But you rescued me.
Ezio came up with a brilliant plan.
I did not. It was all your husband's idea.
It was?
You are my prince.
Now I better earn that title.
You will. Thank you.
Nice. That worked pretty well. Sequence 6 finished. Sequence 7. The key to the castello. Nice. I guess we now also unlocked some new items as well. New thief assignments unlocked too. Some money in the bank. How advanced are the graphics from Valhalla to versus Origins? Well, it is running on the same engine and has like similar assets, I guess, graphically speaking. But it's definitely like Valhalla is a bit further advanced, right? Because they had three years to further refine the textures and all that. So there's definitely elements that look better in Valhalla and elements that look better in Origins. For instance, in Origins, the fire sources look a lot better. And like torches and stuff, and like the general lighting is really good. And of course also the setting is like so different, you know, like to some Egypt might be more aesthetically pleasing than England, you know, during the Middle Ages, which is kind of like a dark and depressing place sometimes. But yeah, I think both games are absolutely beautiful, but quite different to really like compare. Like also in the setting and stuff. Okay, so we now have the entire plate armor unlocked. Let's go ahead and buy it. There we go. Also unlocked the notched King Kedea. I'm gonna wait for now. Can't finish any of the shop quests yet. That's right.
No offense, but I didn't think you had them on.
Let's go ahead and check out the tailor and painter.
Best at your fingertip.
There's another knife pad upgrade. Oh yeah. But that's all of the pouches unlocked so far.
It's a smart choice. Ciao for now.
You want it? I have it.
The self-portrait. I don't have enough money to buy this one currently.
Perhaps another time. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Oh, nice Nemesis. Yeah, I bet. I also have an HDR TV, and some of the games on the Series X look absolutely stunning on it. Actually crazy, like some of the fluidity. For example, Forza 5 and 4 looks so damn good on that TV. Okay, Plotter gets NX. Candida gets some armor. Same for Giovanni. Okay. Let's go ahead and send them on more missions here. Florence. Find them all. One of our allies has been bought by the Borgia. This poses a risk to our secrecy. Find him and kill him. Barcelona. So the courier. Convince this man that delivering letters for the Templars is a dangerous profession. Vienna. Spread rumors. We will provide you with a list of Templar politicians. You will work within their city to spread lies and slander their names. Let's see if there's any special mission that might be worth doing here. What I can do, rather. Unfortunately, that's not quite enough. How about this one? This one we can do, actually. Like regular 5-star missions. Cologne. Take a voyage. Templar-funded explorers are preparing to set sail for uncharted lands, and they are hiring their crew. We have created a new identity for you. Travel with the enemy and report your findings. It's kinda similar to what happened in AC3 at the start, right? Where the assassins have sent one of theirs on the same ship that Haven traveled with. Damn, every one of them is gonna get 600 XP here. Gonna bring at least 3 of them to level 9. And then there's one more level until Master Assassin rank. And we have befriended an enemy. We have found a weak link in Templar ranks. You must convince him that we will keep his secret safe and his payments high if he will share his knowledge with us. There we go. All of our assassins sent out to missions. I'm still curious about Mirage in general, you know, like what kind of engine is it gonna run on? How is the gameplay even gonna look like? There's so many questions that we haven't really gotten an answer for yet in regards to that game. I really hope they're gonna deliver soon. This famous portrait of Christ by Raphael bears a striking resemblance to the artist himself. Oh, there you go, Aura. So he basically did self-projection on Jesus. Is it even gonna be finished? Yeah, that's the other question, isn't it? That's kind of funny, actually. Actually, I have all of the paintings. I mean, some of them gonna be like target paintings. Not sure if these two are. But I think I have almost all of them, at least. Good for Raphael. Yeah. Good for him. It will be released, but will it be finished a year after it comes out? That's the question as well, I guess, you know. I mean, Courtesan and Valhalla have gotten patches into oblivion. Still fixing things. But yeah, so this is gonna be where we will call it today for AC Brotherhood. I'm glad with the amount of progress we've done, especially with the side content, of course. It's crazy how fast we got through the sequence in comparison to the amount of side content I had left today. But yeah, let's have a look at the DNA. So we're currently at 71% sync. 500% in every sequence up until sequence 6. I still have quite a few layers and Templar layers and layers of Romulus left. We've done all of the War Machine missions now. We still have one Borgia tower left. Got a couple of Templar Asians. A few Cristina missions. Quite a few assassinations that only unlock very late in the game, it seems. A couple more thief missions. I've done all of the Courtesan missions. I finished the Copernico DLC. So overall, there's not that much left actually. I think we can finish pretty much all of the side content in the next stream. And if I have enough time, then I might even be able to finish off the main story too. Of course, we're still gonna be having the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC, and I was still thinking about when I would like to play it. Because technically it is set after sequence 8, but before sequence 9, because there's quite a time skip between the two. But the thing is, you can't actually free roam in Rome between those sequences. So you either do it before sequence 8, so too early, or you do it too late after finishing the main story. I think what I would like to be doing this year is to finish the main story and then play the DLC. But yeah, we're gonna see, I guess. For now though, let's go ahead and quit the game. And then we're gonna have a look who's online and who we could raid today. No worries, Aura. Thank you for being here and for joining us. I hope you have a good start into your weekend. Catch you next time, Harbinger. Thank you for being here. Hope you have a good weekend too. No worries at all, Rod. Thank you also for joining us. I hope you have a good night later and a good rest. Looking forward to your AC Brotherhood stream tomorrow. Who knows, you might even be able to finish the game over weekend. Because you're already up until sequence 5 as well, right? Have a good night to Serf. Thanks for being here. Catch you next time, Nemesis. Feels like you're starting Valhalla next Thursday. It's next week or never. Damn. Well, that's gonna be a long playthrough. But I hope you enjoy it because I had a really good time with Valhalla. Especially on my first time playing, I really fell in love with the game. And given that you also care a decent bit about, you know, storytelling in Assassin's Creed, I think you might also find some enjoyment in it. There's some really cool references to all kinds of AC games, so if you know a little bit about the other games in the series, you're gonna have a good time, I think, with the story. Cheers, Nemesis. Yes, I have to make a decision upon when and whether I am getting Mirage. But as soon as we get like more information, I'm gonna make a decision. Once we get like the first gameplay reveals and stuff. And I'm definitely also gonna wait for some of the reviews. But yeah, if it's positive, I'm definitely getting the game, for sure. Dual shield, no compromises. Yeah, dual shield is actually surprisingly good in Valhalla, I've learned. I went like dual light shields for a while, and I've actually dealt more damage with them than I did with like, you know, some other weapon types, funnily enough. And then if you actually use the shield yourself option, then you're shielding yourself from 2 sides instead of only 1. So honestly, dual shield is quite strong in the game. Rob, that's true up to sequence 5, but you're also doing the Da Vinci DLC, so we'll probably finish the playthrough overall next Saturday. That's fair. Yeah, the Da Vinci disappearance, even though it's not too long, it definitely adds a substantial amount of time on top. Thank you, Maxi. You have a good one too? Hope you get some nice Ana on the weekend. And yeah, no worries, Maxi. Thank you for lurking either way. That's right, Maxi. I'm waiting for your review. If you give the go, then I know I can get the game and have a good time with it. Yeah, that's true as well, Nemesis, you know, I mean, there's like no rush in getting new games, you know, like usually Assassin's Creed is the only series I'm gonna get like on release day, but I've decided I only do that now for Montreal based games, and even then I'm gonna do some research before. Like usually I had a really good time with all of the AC games when I got them on release. But now Ubisoft really has to prove themselves again and win some people's trust, including mine. So I won't be pre-ordering or getting them on release day for the foreseeable future. And hey there, Black Justice Seno, welcome in. I'm ending, that will not do. Thank you for joining and for the follow as well. Gonna come back to some AC Brotherhood next week again on Monday, most likely. Depending on if I have a bit of time over the weekend, I might even do like a short streaming session of more Shredders, because I do want to continue playing that, and it's like a good casual game that you can do like a quick session of. So I might also stream that on Sunday or something, but yeah, gonna see. Yeah, I can really recommend AC3 Remastered Nemesis. It's a pretty decent version of a remaster, and really adds quite a few gameplay things that haven't been there in the OG version. I still prefer the OG version for some other things, but overall I think it's a pretty solid version of the game. But yeah, let's have a look who's online. Who can we raid today? I do see Hitpix playing some Mafia. They haven't raided Hitpix in a while, so I think we're gonna go and say hello there, support him a little bit. Thanks, Nemesis. You have a good weekend too? For Ubisoft's I demand perfection of every game, pre-order the game, and I get a 5% discount on microtransactions for every AC game. I mean, that's a deal I can't really pass out on, can I? I gotta do it.
Requiescat in pace.
Also want to give a couple shoutouts here before we raid out. to Maxi, Rod, and Border. All big fans of Assassin's Creed as well, so you can find those games over there too. And among like lots of other games like Red Dead 2, Yakuza Like a Dragon at Maxi's. Border's also playing lots of community games with Couscous Duck and the likes. So yeah, if you're looking for some new streamers to catch, definitely go ahead and check out those ones as well. But yeah, for now we're gonna go right over to hit picks, so I will catch you guys very soon. And hope you all have a great weekend as well.